grade girls in categories 4x200-meter relay.
Where's it at for this one?
And we're off. Heat 1 of 2, Class 1A, 7th grade girls, 4x200-meter relay. Again, Kelowna in lane 1, Chicago St. Clement 2, Plainfield St. Mary 3, Roanoke Benson 4, Cambridge 5, Mazan Verona Kinsman 6, Delavan 7, and in lane 8, Champaign St. Matthew. Roanoke Benson in lane 4. Out to a pretty speedy start here as we get to the halfway point. I believe Roanoke Benson first to that handoff. Those clean handoffs are very important. Exciting race for our first race of the day. Roanoke Benson in front. Cambridge in lane 5. Mazan Verona Kinsman in lane 6. But Roanoke Benson in lane 4 maintaining that lead as they cross the line first. On the track, moving on to the Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x200-meter relay, Heat 2 of 2. In lane 1, Danville Schlarman. In lane 2, Peoria St. Jude. In 3, Royal Prairie View Ogden. In 4, Carrollton. 5, Rossville Alvin. 6, Peoria Limestone Walters. 7, Pekin Rankin. And in lane 8, Lexington. Here we go, heat 2 of 2. Class 1A, 7th grade girls, 4x200. Danville, Schlarman, Peoria, St. Jude, Royal, Prairie View, Ogden, Carrollton, Rossville, Alvin, Peoria, Limestone, Walters, Pekin, Rankin, and Lexington. We go, heat 2 of 2, final exchange. We are pretty tight here, folks. This is going to be side by side in heat 2 of 2 of the Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. Folks, let's watch them come around the corner. This is going to be an exciting race. We've got Peoria, Limestone, Walters in lane 6. In lane 5, Rossville, Alvin wanting to make a move. But here we go in lane 2. That's Peoria, St. Jude making a run for it here in lane 2. But Peoria, Limestone, Walters in lane 6. But it is unofficially Peoria St. Jude, I believe, in lane 2. Crossing that line first. That was under 2 minutes, folks. 1:58.19, unofficial result. Those were some pretty exciting first races. So let's now move on to the Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. 2 heats of this event. The record here for 7-1A boys set in 2023 at 1:45.51. That was set by Springfield Christian. Heat 1 of 2 here in lane 2, Chicago St. Clement. In 3, Hamilton. In 4, Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell. In 5, Effingham Sacred Heart. In 6, Pearl City. And in 7, Cornell. Again, heat 1 of 2, Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x2. On the track, Chicago St. Clement, Hamilton, Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell, Effingham, Pearl City, and Cornell are your teams here. Pearl City in lane 6. That might be Effingham Sacred Heart. In lane 5. Here we go around the final turn. We got quite a lead for lane 5. That's Effingham Sacred Heart. Lincoln West to Lincoln Broadwell in lane 4, wanting to catch up here. But Effingham Sacred Heart crosses that line first in the first heat. Unofficial time, 1:55.97. Moving on now to heat 2 of 2. The Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x200. In lane 1, Danville Schlarman. In 2, Washington St. Patrick. In 3, Jacksonville Our Savior. In 4, Champaign St. Matthew. In 5, Springfield St. Agnes. In 6, Plainfield St. Mary. In 7, Griggsville Perry. And in lane 8, Normal Epiphany. There we go to the second exchange. Champaign St. Matthew there in lane 4. Appears to be out front, first to that handoff. Reminder, every result I announce up here is unofficial, just what I see. The official results are posted behind the main grandstands online as well. It's going to believe that is Champaign St. Matthew in the front, commanding lead. Champaign St. Matthew in the front. The race here is really for second as Champaign St. Matthew crosses the line. It's Jacksonville, Our Savior, in lane 3. Crossing in second. Moving on now to the Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. The record, the 8-1A girls record here was set last year, 1:48.48, set by Springfield Christian. Heat 1 of 2 of this event. In lane 1, Lincoln Chester East Lincoln. In 2, Low Point Washburn. In 3, Pekin Rankin. In 4, Rantoul St. Malachy. In 5, Marseilles Milton Pope. In 6, Aurora St. Rita. And in 7, LaSalle Trinity Catholic. Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x200, heat 1 of 2 on the track now. Rantoul St. Malachy there in lane 4. First to that handoff. Rantoul St. Malachy first to that handoff. Pekin Rankin there in lane 3. Close as well. Here we go to the final handoff. Pretty close here, but I believe that's still Rantoul St. Malachy in the front. But we got a race back here right behind. Lane 3, Pekin Rankin. Lane 3, Pekin Rankin wants to come around the corner here and make a race of it on the front stretch. That's Pekin Rankin in lane 3. Rantoul St. Malachy in lane 4. We're going to be almost side by side coming across the finish line in a great race for third as well. Rantoul St. Malachy might have crossed that line first. We'll have to take a look. Just under 2 minutes, 1:59.26. Pekin Rankin, great race, 1:59.46. Unofficial result. Moving on now to heat 2 of 2 of the Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. Lane 1, Elgin Harvest Christian. 2, Carrollton St. John, 3, Peoria Limestone Walters, 4, Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell, 5, Neoga, 6, Champaign St. Matthew, 7, Paris Crestwood, and in lane 8, Hamilton.
I need the relay team for the 7-1-8 girls 4x200 meter relay from Danville Schlarman to report to awards immediately. Please remember, athletes, to check after your race is done. Check the result sheets behind the press box. You can also find them online at IESA.org on the track page, and make sure you report to awards. Thank you.
It's again heat 2 of 2. 1A, 8th grade girls 4x200 on the track. Neoga there in lane 5. And first to that handoff, making up some ground here as well. We'll have to see here at the handoff, the halfway point. It is Neoga there in lane 5. Hamilton in lane 8. Might have been close there as well. We've had a shakeup here on this leg of the race. Those handoffs, all important. Got to grab that baton. Lane 5, Neoga. Coming up on the inside, though, Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell in lane 4, wanting to make a race of it here on the front stretch. It's Neoga in lane 5. Lincoln West to Lincoln Broadwell in 4. But unofficially, Neoga crossing that line first. 1:53.25 unofficial time. On the track, we'll move on to the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. The 1A boys record here is 1:41.70, set last year. I'll give you a guess who set that one. Springfield Christian once again set that record last year. 3 heats of this event. Heat 1 in lane 3, Chicago St. Matthias. In 4, Carrollton. And 5, Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge. Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge in 5, Carrollton in 4. Those handoffs can be tough. We go side by side. That's Carrollton in lane 4. Crossing that line first in heat 1 of 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hand out our first medals of the day, so please direct your attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 2:18, Pekin Rankin. In 7th place with a time of 2:10, Royal Prairie View Ogden. In 6th place with a time of 1:59.97, Carrollton. In 5th place with a time of 1:59.64, Danville Schlarman. In 4th place with a time of 1:59.14, Roanoke Benson. In 3rd place with a time of 1:58.53, Rossville Alvin. In 2nd place with a time of 1:58.38, Peoria Limestone Walters. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay with a state winning time of 1:58.19, Peoria St. Jude. On the track now, we have the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. Heat 2 of 3 in lane 2, Elgin Harvest Christian. In 3, Normal Calvary. In 4, Roanoke Benson. In 5, Peoria St. Jude. 6, Earlville. And 7, Bushnell Prairie City. Once again, that's heat 2 of 3. Elgin Harvest Christian in lane 2. A good position at the halfway point. Here we go, side by side. Normal Calvary in lane 3. Crossing that line first, a 146.94 unofficial time. Bushnell Prairie City with a 147.34. Moving on now to heat 3 of 3 of the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. In lane 1, Cissna Park. In lane 2, Marseilles Milton Pope. In 3, Millbrook. In 4, Morton Blessed Sacrament. In 5, Hamilton. 6, Champaign St. Matthew. 7, Rantoul St. Malachy. And in 8, Lexington. Once again, heat 3 of 3. Class 1A, 8th grade boys, 4x200 on the track now. Hamilton in lane 5. Lexington on the outside there in lane 8. You got Champaign St. Matthew in 6. Rantoul St. Malachy in 7. Oh, those handoffs, extremely important. Champaign St. Matthew, they're in lane 6. We are back and forth on this one, folks. But it's Hamilton in lane 5 in the front. We got Morton Blessed Sacrament in lane 4. These last exchanges very tight. Some great exchanges here. Here we go, folks. We've got a race here around the final turn. That is Morton Blessed Sacrament in lane 4, making a great race of it. Lane 5, Hamilton. Morton Blessed Sacrament with a fantastic final leg here. Crosses that line first. Great race. Morton Blessed Sacrament. Nice job. Unofficial 141.16. Hamilton a 142.30. Millbrook crosses that line in third. All right, we're going to hand out some more medals here before we begin our next event. This time we're going to recognize our athletes here in just a moment. Make sure we get everybody situated. All right, here we go. We're now going to recognize our Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x200 meter relay teams. In 8th place with a time of 1:56.57, Danville Schlarman. In 7th place with a time of 1:56.13, Plainfield St. Mary. In 6th place with a time of 1:55.97, Effingham Sacred Heart. In 5th place with a time of 1:55.75, Washington St. Patrick. In 4th place with a time of 1:55.42, Springfield St. Agnes. In 3rd place with a time of 1:54.68, Griggsville Perry. In 2nd place with a time of 1:54.20, Jacksonville Our Savior. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade boys 4x200 meter relay with a winning time of 1:48.40, Champaign St. Matthew. All right, on the track now, we got the Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. Record for 7-2A girls set in 2022 at 1:53.32. That was set by Effingham St. Anthony. On the track, we have heat 1 of 4. In lane 3, Dalton Roosevelt. In 4, South Beloit. And in 5, Wadsworth St. Patrick. Wadsworth St. Patrick there on the outside in lane 5. Be first to that handoff. South Beloit in lane 4. In front, Dalton Roosevelt in lane 3. This is a great heat. Nice job. Your attention, please. The bus driver for the Brownstown bus. You need to move your bus from the parking lot over to the bus parking lot. Once again, the Brownstown bus driver, you need to move your bus. Thank you. On the track, moving on to the Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. Heat 2 of 4 in lane 2, Dallas City in lane 3, Brimfield in lane 4, Monmouth United, 5, Colchester West Prairie, 6, Virginia, lane 7, Salmonock.
That's Samanak in lane 7. I need the relay team from Neoga in the 8-1A girls 4x200 meter relay to report to awards. Who was the other one? And Peoria Limestone Walters 8-1A 4x200 meter relay team to report to awards immediately.
On the track, getting ready for heat 3 of 4. Class 2A, 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay in lane 1, Arcola. Lane 2, Green Valley Midwest Central. Lane 3, Peoria Reservoir. In 4, Effingham St. Anthony. In 5, Decatur Montessori Academy. In 6, Clifton Nash. 7, Tuscola East Prairie. And 8, Prophetstown. Decatur Montessori in lane 5. First to that handoff at the halfway point. Decatur Montessori opening up a bit of a lead here in this third leg. Effingham St. Anthony just inside there in lane 4. Clifton Nash in 6. Tuscola East Prairie in 7. Take a look here at this handoff. Quite a race here. That's lane 3. That's Peoria Reservoir. Peoria Reservoir in lane 3. Effingham St. Anthony in 4. And Decatur Montessori are your top 3. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand. We're going to present some medals here for the Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 1:59.46, Pekin Rankin. In 7th place with a time of 1:59.26, Rantoul St. Malachy. In 6th place with a time of 1:57.37, Hamilton. In 5th place with a time of 1:56.52, Peoria Limestone Walters. In 4th place with a time of 1:55.85, Elgin Harvest Christian. In 3rd place with a time of 1:55.47, Champaign St. Matthew. In 3rd place with a time of 1:54.26, Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay with a state winning time of 1:53.25. Give it up for Neoga. On the track now, we've got the Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay, heat 4 of 4. Here we go. In lane 1, Oakland Lake Crest. In 2, Leroy. In 3, Lena Winslow. In 4, Normal Metcalf. 5, Springfield Christian. 6, Oakwood. 7, Hayworth. And 8, Dakota. Again, this is heat 4 of 4. Here we go. Springfield Christian in lane 5. Hayworth in 7. Dakota in 8. Springfield Christian in lane 5. Normal Metcalf in 4. Lena Winslow in 3. Springfield Christian in 5. Side by side coming into the final turn. Here we go, folks. It's Normal Metcalf in lane 4. Springfield Christian in 5. On the inside there, it's lane 3. That's Lena Winslow. And on the outside, that's Oakwood in lane 6. Springfield Christian in the front in lane 5. Crosses that line first. Springfield Christian, unofficial, with a time 1:55.35. Lena Winslow, 1:55.99. Normal Metcalf, your top 3 unofficially in that heat. On the track, moving on now to the Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. There'll be 3 heats of this event. The 7-2A boys record set in 2022 at 1:43.55. That was set by Colfax Ridgeview in 3 heats of this event. So again, 3 heats of this event. Heat 1, lane 3, Orland Park St. Michael. In 4, Peoria St. Vincent de Paul. And in 5, Pingree Grove, Cambridge Lakes. Peoria St. Vincent de Paul in lane 4. Orland Park St. Michael in the inside. Pingree Grove, Cambridge Lakes on the outside in lane 5. But it's Peoria St. Vincent de Paul there in the middle and in front. That is Peoria St. Vincent de Paul in front. Race for second here. Orland Park St. Michael in lane 3. Pingree Grove, Cambridge Lakes in 5. We're going to be side by side coming into second. But Peoria St. Vincent de Paul crosses that line first. Side by side. Great race there at the end. Moving on now to Heat 2 of 3 of the Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. In lane 2, Dakota. In lane 3, Polo Applington. In 4, Arthur. In 5, Mount Sterling Brown County. In 6, Clifton Nash. And in 7, Assumption Central A&M. On the pole vault, if you're watching the field events, Will Dennis from Paris Crestwood attempting, I believe it's going to potentially be a state record here, 2.84. Again, Will Dennis from Paris Crestwood. And it looks like he actually made it. Get on the track, heat 2 of 3, Class 2A, 7th grade boys, 4x200. I'm telling you, if you are bored at the state meet, you're not watching, because there is great action all around the track and field events here. Arthur in lane 4. Maybe out to that exchange. Here we go once again on the track. Heat 2 of 3. 2A, 7th grade boys, 4x200. Final leg, final turn. Mount Sterling Brown County in lane 5. And he's opening up a little bit more of a lead. On the inside, Arthur in lane 4. Dakota in lane 2. But crossing that line first, that was Mount Sterling Brown County. Unofficial time, 1:50.73. All right, before we begin our next heat, we will turn our attention to the award stand as we present the medallions for the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 1:46.94, Bushnell Prairie City. In 7th place with a time of 1:46.90, Normal Calvary. In 6th place with a time of 1:46.90, Rantoul St. Malachy. In 5th place with a time of 1:46.90, Cissna Park. In 4th place with a time of 1:44.60, Champaign St. Matthew. In 3rd place with a time of 1:44.45, Millbrook. In 2nd place with a time of 1:42.30, Hamilton. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay, with not only a state winning time, but also a new state record time of 1:41.16. Folks, give it up for Martin Blessed Sacrament. On the track, we're going to move on to the Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x200 meter relay, heat 3 of 3. In lane 1, Joliet Laraway. In 2, Effingham St. Anthony. In 3, Prophetstown. 4 is Normal Metcalf. 5, Kewanee Weathersfield. 6, Springfield Christian. 7, Onarga Iroquois West. And in lane 8, Hayworth. Once again, in the Class 1A 7th grade boys pole vault, that's Will Dennis from Paris Crestwood. Looks like he's going to make a third attempt here in just a moment at 2.92. Meanwhile, action on the track here. Heat 3 of 3. Class 2A, 7th grade boys, 4x200 meter relay. We are at the halfway point. These exchanges, all important right here. Normal Metcalf lane 4, Prophetstown 3, Kewanee Weathersfield is in 5. Springfield Christian in 6. Here we go around the final turn. It's Kewanee Weathersfield in lane 5. In lane 4, Normal Metcalf making a run for second. Springfield Christian in 6. But that is Kewanee Weathersfield crossing the line first with a time unofficially 146.72. Normal Metcalf, great finish to the race at 148.17, followed by Springfield Christian, your top 3 in that heat. On the track, we'll move on to the Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. 3 heats of this event. The 8-2A girls record was set last year with 153.27. That was set by Pekin Rankin. 3 heats of this event. Heat 1 of 3 in lane 3, Orland Park St. Michael. 4 is Normal Metcalf. 5, Mount Prospect St. Raymond. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Will Dennis from Paris Crestwood in the 1A 7th grade boys pole vault. So close. And on the track, heat 1 of 3, Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. Orland Park St. Michael, Normal Metcalf, and Mount Prospect St. Raymond. Witnessed some great sportsmanship there from Orland Park St. Michael to Normal Metcalf here at the second exchange. Love to see that. On the track, lane 5, Mount Prospect St. Raymond in the front of this first of 3 heats. On the track, we'll move on to heat 2 of 3 of the Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. In lane 2, Glassford Illini Bluffs. In 3, Moments. In 4, Hayworth. 5, Cerro Gordo. In 6, Manlius Bureau Valley. And in 7, Dwight. Again, that's heat 2 of 3, the Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. All right, maybe see if I can fix myself here on the pole vault. Class 1A 7th grade boys pole vault. Will Dennis, again from Paris Crestwood. I had the wrong height there earlier. 3.08, I believe, is what he's working on now. And on the track, heat 2 of 3, the Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x200. At the halfway point, we're pretty close here. Hayworth in lane 4, Cerro Gordo in 5, Moments in 3, Manlius Bureau Valley in 6. As we've seen several times already today, those exchanges, very important. We've got one on the inside here in lane 3. Lane 3 is Moments. Moments in lane 3. Great race, solid race, great final 200. Crosses that line first, 156.36. Manlius Bureau Valley and Hayworth, your top 3 in that heat. Moving on now to heat 3 of 3, Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. In lane 1, Liberty. In 2, Rock Falls St. Andrew. In 3, Altamont. In 4, Mount Carroll West Carroll. In 5, Fisher. In 6, Brimfield. 7, Assumption Central A&M. And in 8, Springfield Christian. And on the track, Class 2A, 8th grade girls, 4x200, heat 3 of 3. Mount Carroll, West Carroll in lane 4. Brimfield in 6. Fisher in lane 5. Mount Carroll, West Carroll in lane 4. Might have been first to that handoff. Pretty even at this final exchange. Here we go, folks. Coming around the final turn. We're going to be side by side. It's Altamont and Mount Carroll, West Carroll, but Altamont in lane 3. Here's a race in the back here for second place. Altamont taking the lead, but the race is for second, and we have had quite a swing there. But Altamont unofficially takes the heat at 1:53.50 unofficial time. Assumption Central A&M, great final leg there at 1:54.50. Brimfield, Mount Carroll, West Carroll round out your top 4. Fisher, number 5. On the track, we'll move on now to the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. 2A boys record set in 2023 at 1:38.41, set by Colfax Ridgeview. 3 heats of this event. Heat 1, lane 3, Mount Prospect St. Raymond. In 4, Marseilles. And in 5, Madison. Once again, Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x2 on the track now. Heat 1 of 3, Mount Prospect St. Raymond, Marseilles, and Madison. That is Madison in lane 5. Out to a pretty strong lead here in this first heat. This is how quick this can change. Marseilles in lane 4. Pretty even there at the handoff, at the final handoff of this heat. Marseilles in lane 4. The great second half of the race. Will unofficially take the heat. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll direct your attention to the medal stand as we present the medals for the Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 1:59.11, Oakland Lake Crest. In 7th place with a time of 1:58.66, Hayworth. In 6th place with a time of 1:57.61, Leroy. In 5th place with a time of 1:57.42, Peoria Reservoir. In 4th place with a time of 1:56.52, Oakwood. In 3rd place with a time of 1:56.35, Normal Metcalf. In 2nd place with a time of 1:55.99, Lena Winslow. And your 2025 Class 2A IESA champion for the 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay with a state winning time of 1:55.35, Springfield Christian. All right, on the track, we have the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. This is heat 2 of 3. In lane 1, Orland Park St. Michael. In 2, Virginia. In 3, Rockford Christian. In 4, Menden Unity. In 5, Villa Grove. In 6, Erie. In 7, Knoxville. And in 8, Prophetstown. Again, heat 2 of 3, the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. Pretty close here at the halfway point. Menden Unity in 4, Villa Grove in 5. Prophetstown out there in lane 8. Knoxville in 7. We're pretty tight here, folks. Here we go around the final turn. We've got Orland Park St. Michael in the inside in lane 1. But it is Menden Unity in lane 4. But Orland Park St. Michael wanted to make a race of it. But it's Menden Unity in the middle. Villa Grove in lane 5. making a run for it as well, but Mendon Unity crossing the line first, 142.53, unofficial. We'll move on now to heat 3 of the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. In lane 1, Kewanee Weathersfield. In 2, Oglesby Washington. In 3, Arthur. In 4, Mount Carroll West Carroll. In 5, Serena. In 6, Whitehall North Green. 7, Colchester West Prairie. And in 8, Hayworth. Here we go, heat 3 of 3, Class 2A, 8th grade boys, 4x200. This is our last 4x200 meter relay of the day. Lane 6, Serena. Hayworth out there in lane 8 as well. Serena in 6. In lane 4, that's Mount Carroll West Carroll. We got 5 teams all up there, very close. This final handoff is going to be super important here. Those exchanges, very important. In the middle here, it's Mount Carroll West Carroll in lane 4. The race really is for second. As long as Mount Carroll West Carroll can hold on there, the race being for second. Lane 6, Whitehall North Green. But we got a race right behind him. It is Mount Carroll West Carroll crossing that line first at a 138.30. Whitehall North Green, great race, 141.34. Unofficial. Colchester West Prairie and Hayworth wrap up your 4. All right, we're going to now switch and get ready here for the 4x100 meter relays. Just a moment to get that all set up. It's again a good opportunity to remind you of our sit and see policy. So those of you, if you are standing in the front, please try to find yourself a seat so others behind you can see. We appreciate it. Those behind you appreciate it as well. So once again, remember our sit and see policy. Thank you. All right, got relay teams moving here. We're going to start our 4x100 meter relay with the Class 1A 7th grade girls. 1A girls record set in 2023 at 53:58. That was set by Bloomington Corpus Christi. 2 heats of this event. Heat 1, Lane 1, Chicago St. Clement. Lane 2, Anawan. 3, Mount Olive. 4, Newark Lisbon. 5, Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge. 6, Inverness Holy Family. And in Lane 7, Cessna Park. Again, that is Heat 1 of 2 of the Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay coming up next on the track. Once again, Heat 1 of 2, Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. These are the fast ones, folks. See where we're at here. Inverness Holy Family in lane 6. We got a race back in the back here just a little bit as well for second in this heat, but Inverness Holy Family appears to have crossed the line first at a 56:61. Newark Lisbon in second. Now on to the Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay heat 2 of 2. In lane 1, Bushnell Prairie City. In 2, Ottawa Wallace. In 3, Springfield Christ the King. In 4, East St. Louis. In 5, Morton Blessed Sacrament. In 6, Normal Epiphany. 7, Milledgeville Chadwick. And in 8, Findlay Okaw Valley. Actually, before we run that heat, we're going to hand out some more medals here. This time for the Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 1:51.96, Joliet Laraway. In 7th place with a time of 1:51.83, Onarga Iroquois West. In 6th place with a time of 1:51.43, Effingham St. Anthony. In 5th place with a time of 1:50.73, Mount Sterling Brown County. In 4th place with a time of 1:50.56, Prophetstown. In 3rd place with a time of 1:48.34, Springfield Christian. In 2nd place with a time of 1:48.17, Normal Metcalf. And your 2025 IESA state champion in the Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x200 meter relay with a state winning time of 1:46.72, Kewanee Weathersfield. In heat 2 of 2, Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay on the track. If you're watching the field events, girls high jump, Class 2A 7th grade girls, looks like there's 3 athletes left in that event. Back to the track here, the 7th grade girls 4x100. It's East St. Louis there in lane 4. Great race behind, though. East St. Louis crossing that line first at a 56.10 unofficially. Normal Epiphany right behind, and your top 3 rounded out by Morton Blessed Sacrament. On the track again here, moving on to the Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. 3 heats of this event. The 7-1A boys record was set in 2023 at a 52.06, and that was set by Newton St. Thomas back in 2023. So heat 1 of 3 in lane 3, Mazon Verona Kinsman. In 4, Ladd. 5, Buffalo Grove St. Mary. And in 6, St. Eugene Grammar. Again, heat 1 of 3. This first heat here, side by side on that final exchange. Mazan, Verona, Kinsman in 3. Ladd in lane 4. And Ladd unofficially crossing that line first at a 55-35. On the track, moving on to the Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. Heat 2 of 3. In lane 1, Rossville Alvin. In 2, Anawan. In 3, Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge. In 4, Champaign Judah Christian. In 5, Roanoke Benson. In 6, Paris Crestwood. In 7, Newton St. Thomas. And in 8, Royal Prairie View Ogden. Again, heat 2 of 3. Again, this is heat 2 of 3. The Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x100 on the track now. Here we go, that final handoff. All important. Champaign Judah Christian in lane 4. Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge in 3. That is Champaign Judah Christian crossing the line first. Unofficially a 52.95. Newton St. Thomas in there. And Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge, your top 3 in that heat. All right, we're going to recognize some more of our athletes here on the medal stand, this time for the Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 1:56.84, Rock Falls St. Andrew. In 7th place with a time of 1:56.36, Moments. In 6th place with a time of 1:56.31, Liberty. In 5th place with a time of 1:55.53, Fisher. In 4th place with a time of 1:55.05, Mount Carroll West Carroll. In 3rd place with a time of 1:54.78, Brimfield. In 2nd place with a time of 1:54.50, Assumption Central A&M. And your 2025 IESA Class 2A champions in the 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay with a winning time of 1:53.50. Give it up for Altamont. On the track, we got the Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. Heat 3 of 3. Here we go. Bushnell, Prairie City in 1. Kelowna in 2. Normal Epiphany in 3. Findlay, Okaw Valley in 4. Peoria St. Jude in 5. Bartonville, Monroe in 6. Greenfield in 7. Champaign St. Matthew in 8. Let's cheer them on. Here we go. Making some moves here on this third leg of the race. We're going to be side by side coming into the final turn. Here we go. That's Normal Epiphany in 3, Findlay, Okaw Valley in 4, Peoria St. Jude in 5. That is Peoria St. Jude unofficially crossing that line first at a 51-16. Findlay, Okaw Valley and Bartonville, Monroe wrapping up your top 3. Normal Epiphany coming across the line in 4th. On the track, we'll move on to the Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. 3 heats in this event. The 8-1A girls record set in 2022 at 53.60. That was set by Anawan. 3 heats of this event. Again, heat 1 in lane 1, Waverly. In 2, Mazan Verona Kinsman. In 3, East St. Louis. In 4, St. Anne. 5, Millbrook. 6, Carrollton. 7, Milledgeville, Chadwick. And in lane 8, Anawan. Halfway through this heat, 1 of 3. Take a look at lane 7 here, Milledgeville, Chadwick. Great race here, St. Anne in lane 4. Carrollton in 6. Let me side by side. That was Milledgeville, Chadwick out of lane 7, crossing that line first at a 57.50, followed by St. Anne and Carrollton. Heat 2 of 3 of the Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x1. Lane 1, Pleasant Hill. In 2, Durand. In 3, Peoria Hollis. In 4, Mendota Holy Cross. 5, Neoga. 6, Chicago Queen of Angels. 7, Royal Prairie View Ogden. And in 8, South Pekin. Once again, heat 2 of 3, Class 1A, 8th grade girls, 4x100. Pretty even at that first handoff. Chicago Queen of Angels in lane 6. Crossing that line first, Neoga. Trying to make a race of it there at the end, but Chicago Queen of Angels crossing first, 56-23. Neoga, 57-22. And Peoria Hollis wrap up your top 3 of that heat. All right, let's hand out some more medallions here before we start our next heat. This time, we're going to hand out the medals for the Class 1A 7th grade boys pole vault. In 8th place with a vault of 2.2 meters from Mendota Holy Cross, Leo Engels. In 7th place with a vault of 2.2 meters from Waverly, Nathan Willman. We had a tie for 5th, so both receiving 5th place medallions, both with vaults of 2.2 meters. First from Peoria St. Jude, Patrick Zopel. Also receiving a 5th place medallion with a vault of 2.2 meters from Bushnell Prairie City, Kevin Robinson. In 4th place with a vault of 2.36 meters from Greenview, AJ Hevner. In 3rd place with a vault of 2.36 meters from Peoria St. Jude, Joseph Locke. In 2nd place with a vault of 2.6 meters from Neoga, Gage Noren. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade boys pole vault, with not only a state winning vault, but also a brand new state record with a vault of 3 meters from Paris Crestwood. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Will Dennis. On the track, we're going to move on to the Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay, heat 3 of 3. In lane 1, Jacksonville Our Savior. In 2, St. Charles St. Patrick. In 3, Chicago North Park. In 4, Springfield Christ the King. In 5, Newton St. Thomas. In 6, Champaign Judah Christian. 7, Normal Epiphany. And 8, Springfield Calvary. Once again, heat 3 of 3, Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x100 on the track now. Champaign Judah Christian in 6, Springfield Christ the King in 4. Springfield Christ the King in lane 4 in the front, opening up the lead. The race is for second here. Chicago North Park in 3. Newton St. Thomas in 5. But crossing that line first, Springfield Christ the King. 53-12, Chicago North Park, 54-44, Newton St. Thomas crossing in 3rd. All right, we're going to hand out some more medallions here. This time for the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 1:42.96, Oglesby, Washington. In 7th place with a time of 1:42.66, Arthur. In 6th place with a time of 1:42.53, Menden Unity. In 5th place with a time of 1:42.20, Serena. In 4th place with a time of 1:41.62, Hayworth. In 3rd place with a time of 1:41.46, Colchester West Prairie. In 2nd place with a time of 1:41.34, Whitehall North Green. And your 2025 Class 2A champions in the 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay with not only a state winning time, but also a new state record of 1:38.30. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mount Carroll West Carroll. On the track, we've got the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay record here for 8-1A boys. 49:24 set last year by Mansfield Blue Ridge. 2 heats of this event. Heat 1 on the track now. In lane 1, Galva. In 2, Bartonville Monroe. In 3, Mendota Holy Cross. In 4, Palatine St. Teresa. In 5, Waverly. In 6, Inverness Holy Family. And in 7, Elwood. Inverness Holy Family in lane 6. Race here for 2nd. Palatine St. Teresa in lane 4. And we have Bartonville Monroe in lane 2. But Inverness Holy Family crosses that line first in Heat 1. Heat 2 of 2 of the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. Lane 1, Evanston Academy. In 2, Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge. In 3, Milford. 4, Paris Crestwood. In 5, St. Anne. In 6, Greenfield. 7, East St. Louis Young. And in 8, Springfield Calvary. In Heat 2 of 2, Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay on the track now. Here we go, final exchange here in this Heat 2. Too close to call who got it first. Here we go, side by side. Paris Crestwood in lane 4, St. Anne in lane 5, Milford in lane 3, Paris Crestwood holds on in lane 4, crosses that line first. Unofficial time, 48:68. 49:05 for St. Anne crossing second, Milford in third. On the track, we're going to move on to Class 2A, 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. 7-2A girls record here is 53:90, set last year in 2024 by Somonauk. 3 heats of this event. Heat 1, lane 3, Orland Park St. Michael. In 4, Forreston. And in 5, Evanston. It's going to Class 2A, 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay on the track. Heat 1 of 3, Orland Park St. Michael, Forreston, and Evanston in that order. Almost side by side here into the final handoff. Forreston in 4, Evanston in 5. Gonna be side by side coming across the line. Forreston holds out to cross the line in first in that heat. Heat 2 of 3 in lane 1, Mount Sterling, Brown County. Macon Meridian in 2, Colfax Ridgeview in 3, in lane 4, Knoxville in lane 5, Kankakee Bishop McNamara in 6, Springfield Christian 7, Camp Point Central, and Dakota is in lane 8. Let's get on the track. Heat 2 of 3. Class 2A, 7th grade girls, 4x100 meter relay. Knoxville in lane 4. Kankakee Bishop McNamara in 5. Colfax Ridgeview in 3. Side by side coming into the final handoff. Here we go. Knoxville in lane 4. Here comes Kankakee Bishop McNamara in lane 5. Kankakee Bishop McNamara in lane 5. Great final 100. Takes the heat unofficially 56-35. Knoxville crossing in second, 56-72. And Colfax Ridgeview wrapping up your top 3. All right, we're going to turn our attention to the medals stand as we present the medals for the Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 57.72, Newark Lisbon. In 7th place with a time of 57.43, Ottawa Wallace. In 6th place with a time of 57.21, Bushnell Prairie City. In 5th place with a time of 57.01, Springfield Christ the King. In 4th place with a time of 56.95, Morton Blessed Sacrament. In 3rd place with a time of 56.73, Normal Epiphany. In 2nd place with a time of 56.61, Inverness Holy Family. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay with a state winning time of 56.10, East St. Louis Young. On the track, we're going to move on to the Class 2A, 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay, heat 3 of 3. Lane 1, Carthage. Lane 2, Bloomington Corpus Christi. In lane 3, McNabb Putnam County. In 4, Fisher. In 5, Rockford Christian. 6, Joliet Laraway. 7, Sidell Salt Fork. And 8, Villa Grove. Heat 3 of 3, Class 2A, 7th grade girls, 4x100 on the track now, about halfway through. Pretty even there on the handoffs. Fisher in the middle in lane 4. In the orange, first to that handoff. Fisher with quite a lead here in lane 4. Lane 3, McNabb Putnam County trying to make a run for it. Joliet Laraway in lane 6 and lane 5. Rockford Christian, but crossing the line first is Fisher with an unofficial time of 54:25. Rockford Christian in second, and McNabb Putnam County rounding out your top 3 in that heat. Moving on now to the Class 2A, 7th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. 3 heats of this event. The 7-2A boys record set in 2022 at 49.79. That was set by Winchester. Again, 3 heats of this event. Heat 1, lane 3, Spring Valley Kennedy. In 4, Brownstown. And in 5, Pingree Grove, Cambridge Lakes. And on the track now, Class 2A, 7th grade boys, 4x100, heat 1 of 3. Spring Valley, Kennedy, Brownstown, Pingree Grove, Cambridge, Lakes. In that order. It's like Brownstown there in the middle, opening up a bit of a lead. Brownstown in the middle. Spring Valley, Kennedy in lane 3. Again, Pingree Grove, Cambridge, Lakes in 5. Brownstown in lane 4, crossing that line first. Moving on now to heat 2 of 3. The Class 2A, 7th grade boys, 4x1. In lane 1, Toledo, Cumberland. In 2, Kankakee, Bishop, McNamara. In 3, Casey, Westfield. In 4, Knoxville. 5, Bloomington, Corpus Christi. 6, Camp Point Central. In 7, Serena. And 8, New Berlin. On the track now, heat 2 of 3, Class 2A, 7th grade boys, 4x100. This final handoff, side by side. Bloomington, Corpus Christi in 5, Camp Point Central in 6, and Knoxville in lane 4. It is Bloomington, Corpus Christi in lane 5, holding on and crossing that line first. All right, before we get to our next event, our next heat on the track, we're going to hand out some more medals, this time for the Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 54:49, Kelowna. In 7th place with a time of 53:62, Bushnell Prairie City. In 6th place with a time of 53:07, Greenfield. 5th place with a time of 52:95, Champaign Judah Christian. In 4th place with a time of 52:61, Normal Epiphany. In 3rd place with a time of 52:44, Bartonville Monroe. We had 2 teams actually break the previous state record, but in 2nd place with a time of 51:67, Findlay Okaw Valley. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champions in the 7th grade boys 4x100 meter relay with a state winning time and a brand new state record of 51:16. Give it up for Peoria St. Jude. On the track now, we have the Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x100 meter relay, heat 3 of 3. In lane 1, Mount Carroll, West Carroll. In 2, Riverdale, Washington. 3, Bismarck Henning. In 4, Stewartson, Strasburg. 5, Altamont. 6, Monmouth United. 7, Fisher. And in lane 8, Toulon, Stark County. Last handoff here is going to be tight, folks. Monmouth United in lane 6. Stewartson, Strasburg in 4. Altamont in 5. Monmouth United in lane 6 unofficially takes heat 3, a 49.84. Altamont with a 50-40. Stewartson, Strasburg wrapping out your top 3 in that heat. On the track, moving on to the Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. The 8-2A girls record in this event is a 52-23 that was set 1 year ago by Bloomington Corpus Christi. There are 4 heats of this event. In heat 1, lane 2, Louisville North Clay. In 3, Mossville. In 4, Green Valley Midwest Central. In 5, Brownstown. In 6, Tuscola East Prairie. And in 7, Chicago Queen of All Saints. Get heat 1 of 4. Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x100. Chicago Queen of All Saints in lane 7. Green Valley Midwest Central in 4. But coming out of lane 7, Chicago Queen of All Saints crossing the line first in heat 1. Heat 2 of 4, lane 1, Erie. Lane 2, Camp Point Central. Lane 3, Kankakee Bishop McNamara. In 4, Normal Metcalf. In 5, Waterman Indian Creek. In 6, Bismarck Henning. 7, Arcola. And 8, Winchester. On the track, the Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. Heat 2 of 4. Normal Metcalf in 4. Waterman Indian Creek 5. Kankakee Bishop McNamara in 3. Going to be side by side here coming into that final handoff. Waterman Indian Creek in lane 5, but in lane 6, that's Bismarck Henning. But on the outside in lane 7, Arcola making a race of it here side by side. Too close to call from up here. Great race. Arcola might have crossed that line first. Bismarck Henning and Kankakee Bishop McNamara, your top 3 unofficially. Heat 3 of 4. In lane 1, Decatur Montessori Academy. In 2, Arthur. In 3, Winona Fieldcrest. 4, Lanark Eastland. 5, Cerro Gordo. 6, Effingham St. Anthony. 7, Antioch Emmons. And 8, Nauvoo Calusa. And on the track, heat 3 of 4. 2A, 8th grade girls, 4x1. Effingham St. Anthony in lane 6. Antioch Emmons in 7. Cerro Gordo in 5. Lanark Eastland in 4. Side by side here. Winona Fieldcrest in lane 3. Cerro Gordo in lane 5. Winona Fieldcrest in lane 3. Crossing that line first. All right, we'll turn our attention now to the medal stand as we present the medals for the Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 56:23, Chicago Queen of Angels. In 7th place with a time of 56:10, Champaign Judah Christian. In 6th place with a time of 56:10, Normal Epiphany. In 5th place with a time of 56:06, Springfield Calvary. In 4th place with a time of 56:02, St. Charles St. Patrick. In 3rd place with a time of 54:74, Newton St. Thomas. In 2nd place with a time of 54:44, Chicago North Park. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champions in the 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay with not only a state winning time, but also a brand new state record of 53-12. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Springfield, Christ the King. On the track, we're going to move on to Class 2A, 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. Heat 4 of 4 in lane 1, Oakwood. In 2, Villa Grove. In 3, Whitehall North Green. In 4, Salmonock. 5, Madison. 6, Henry Senechwine. 7, New Berlin. And 8, Bloomington Corpus Christi. And on the track, Heat 4 of 4 here. 2A, 8th grade girls 4x100. The races here have been close. Let's see how this one stacks up. Whitehall North Green in lane 3, Salmonock in 4, Madison in 5. Salmonock in lane 4. Quite a lead here. Madison looking to make a run of it, but crossing that line first. Salmonock with an unofficial time of 52:37. Madison with a 53:64. And Whitehall North Green wrapping up your top 3 in this heat. On the track, moving on now to the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. The 8-2A boys record was set in 2023, and it was a 47:56. That was set by Winchester. 3 heats of this event. Heat 1 of 3 in lane 3, Chicago Queen of All Saints. In lane 4, Sidell Salt Fork. And in lane 5, Princeville. Again, heat 1 of 3. Tight race here for heat 1 of 3. Coming across the line first, Princeville. We're going to turn our attention to the medal stand as we present the medals for the Class 2A 7th grade girls high jump. We had a 3-way tie for 6th place here. So all receiving 6th place medals with a jump of 1.38 meters. First from Monmouth United, Graceland Dilbeck. Also receiving a 6th place medal with a jump of 1.38 meters from Knoxville, Harper Simpson. In 6th place as well with 1.38 meters from Effingham St. Anthony, Morgan Lustig. In fifth place with a jump of 1.44 meters from Hinckley Big Rock, Naya Reeder. In fourth place with a jump of 1.44 meters from Assumption Central A&M, Harlow Bourne. In third place with a jump of 1.5 meters from Aurora Holy Angels, Zoe Fick. In second place, this would have been a state record, but in second place with a jump of 1.53 meters from Lena Winslow, Gia Schlichting. And your 2025 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade girls high jump with a state winning and new state record of 1.56 meters from Glen Ellen. Give it up for Molly Moko. On the track, we got the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay, heat 2 of 3. Lane 1, Salmonok in lane 2, Antioch Emmons in 3, KZ Westfield, 4, Peoria St. Vincent de Paul. In 5, Stronghurst West Central, 6, Kankakee Bishop McNamara, and in lane 7, Bismarck Kenning. Again, heat 2 of 3 at the halfway point, too close to call. Here we come around the final turn. Kankakee Bishop McNamara in 6, Stronghurst West Central in 5. That looks like Kankakee Bishop McNamara, but maybe Peoria St. Vincent de Paul. They're in lane 4. And Kankakee Bishop McNamara almost side by side, but Peoria St. Vincent de Paul opens up a bit of a lead and crosses the line in first at a 48.81 unofficially. Moving on the track now to the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay, heat 3 of 3. In lane 1, Wadsworth St. Patrick. In lane 2, Decatur Montessori Academy. In 3, Table Grove. 4, East Alton. 5, Fisher. 6, Galena. 7, New Berlin. 8, Bloomington Corpus Christi. Heat 3 of 3 here. At the halfway point, too close to call. East Alton in lane 4, Fisher in lane 5. Table Grove in lane 3. Decatur Montessori in lane 2, making a race of it. Here comes Fisher in lane 5. But look at lane 3. That's Table Grove wanting to make a race of it. Fisher in lane 5 crosses that line first. Table Grove in lane 3. Fisher at 48.42. Table Grove in 48.60. And Decatur Montessori wrapping up your top 3 of that heat. And before we move on to our 200s here, we do have a rerun. Rerun in the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. Springfield Cavalry is going to reattempt their run. So Springfield Cavalry is going to be running here in just a moment. So for Springfield Cavalry here, folks, we're going to need your help to cheer them on since they're running by themselves. So as we go here, we'll need some help. Springfield Cavalry, let's cheer them on, folks. Springfield Cavalry, here we go. Let's cheer them on home. All right, let's direct our attention to the medal stand as we present the medals for the Class 1A 8th grade girls shot put. In 8th place with a throw of 8.81 meters from LaSalle Trinity Catholic, Allison Inman. In 7th place with a throw of 8.86 meters from Carrollton St. John Hadley Lake. In 6th place with a throw of 9 even from Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge, Eden Howard. In 5th place with a throw of 9.07 meters from Chicago St. Edward, Madeline Catron. In 4th place with a throw of 9.13 meters from Pleasant Hill, Emma Jones. In 3rd place with a throw of 9.24 meters from Antioch Grass Lake, Iwa Bamba. In 2nd place with a throw of 9.46 meters from Urbana University, Francis Burlew. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade girls shot put with a state winning throw and a brand new state record of 10.79 meters from Royal Prairie View, Ogden. It's Ella Moore. On the track, we're going to move on to our 200-meter dash finals here. We'll start with the Class 1A 7th grade girls 200-meter dash. Record of 7-1A girls is 26:44. That was set last year, and that was Abigail Gossett from Springfield Christ the King set that record. We got 3 heats of this event. Heat 1 of 3. In lane 3, Mariah Jardin from Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge. In lane 4, Kylie Boris from Elgin Harvest Christian. In 5, Charlie Suits from Royal Prairie View, Ogden. And in 6, Lexi Asierno from St. Eugene Grammar. Again, this is heat 1 of 3. Class 1A, 7th grade girls, 200-meter dash. We're going to be side by side in this first heat. Maria Jardin from Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge in lane 3. That's too close to call. Nice race. Ladies and gentlemen, direct your attention here to the medal stand as we present the medals for the Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x100-meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 56.72, Knoxville. In 7th place with a time of 56.35, Kankakee Bishop McNamara. In 6th place with a time of 56.10, Carthage. In 5th place with a time of 56.05, Bloomington Corpus Christi. In 4th place with a time of 55.69, Joliet Laraway. In 3rd place with a time of 55.53, McNabb Putnam County. In 2nd place with a time of 55.42, Rockford Christian. And your Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x100-meter relay state champions with a winning time of 54.25. Folks, give it up for Fisher. On the track, heat 2 of 3. In lane 1, Geraldine Walker from Illinois School of the Deaf. In lane 2, Felicity Lane from Peoria Limestone Walters. In 3, Miley Martin from Hamilton. In 4, Piper Grotrian from Champaign Judah Christian. In 5, Riley McLaren from St. Charles St. Patrick. In 6, Emily Van Houten from Springfield Christ the King. In 7, Claire Matthews from Milford. And in lane 8, Stella Gwynn from Champaign Judah Christian. Here we go, coming to the finish. It's going to be close. It's like Claire Matthews from Milford might have crossed that line first at an unofficial 28.42. Heat 3 of 3 of the Class 1A 7th grade girls 200-meter dash. In lane 1, Kaylee Shriver from Milledgeville, Chadwick. In 2, Bliss Bear from Neoga. In 3, Maya Wisa from Newark, Lisbon. In 4, Emma Kaufman from Champaign St. Matthew. In 5, Kaylee Rorig from Plainfield St. Mary. In 6, Sadie Gorsage from Washington St. Patrick. In lane 7, Leah Duffy from Morton Blessed Sacrament. And in lane 8, Amir Barber from Danville Schlarman. Again, heat 3 of 3. 1A, 7th grade girls, 200-meter dash. Here we go. Round the corner. Emma Kaufman from Champaign St. Matthew in lane 4. Maya Wisa from Newark Lisbon in lane 3. But that's Emma Kaufman in lane 4 from Champaign St. Matthew in front in the final heat. On the track, moving on to the Class 1A, 7th grade boys, 200-meter dash. 7-1A boys record here is 24:75, set in 2024 by Jason Hoots from Greenfield. Heat 1 of 3. In lane 2, Henry Moore from Roanoke Benson. In lane 3, Patrick Connolly from Plainfield St. Mary. In lane 4, Braden Kaufman from Champaign Next Generation. Lane 5, Jamison Hines from Rossville Alvin. Lane 6, Isaac Jonah from Champaign Judah Christian. In lane 7, MJ Peck from Chicago St. Clement. In heat 1 of 3, 1A, 7th grade boys, 200-meter dash. Isaac Jonah from Champaign Judah Christian in lane 6. Braden Kaufman from Champaign Next Generation in lane 4. Isaac Jonah from Champaign Judah Christian in lane 6. Unofficially crosses that line first. Moving on to heat 2 of 3. In lane 1, Paxton Strader from Peoria St. Jude. In 2, Bram Chapman from Bloomington St. Mary's. In 3, Noah Gregory from Springfield Christ the King. In 4, Patrick Rains from Bushnell Prairie City. In 5, Nate Beals from Newton St. Thomas. In lane 6, Zachary Pendleton from Champaign Garden Hills. 7, Joel Alfaro from Depew. And in 8, Iwanosa Ogbomo from Plainfield St. Mary. Heat 2 of 3. Paxton Strader in lane 1 there for Peoria St. Jude. Looking to take this from the inside. Wow, Paxton Strader from Peoria St. Jude unofficially takes that heat. Heat 3 of 3 in lane 1, Gavin Coleman from Marseilles Milton Pope. 2, Max Badinger from Spring Bay Riverview. In 3, Caleb Likens from Bartonville Monroe. In 4, Alexander Page from Kelowna. In 5, Carter Purcell from Findlay Okaw Valley. In 6, Hayes Ingram from Pekin Rankin. In 7, Dave Alcanjari from Inverness Holy Family. And in lane 8, Lucas Kloss from Carrollton. Turning our attention to the field events here for just a moment. The Class 1A 8th grade boys pole vault. We have two competitors, I believe, working to break a state record here. Landon Lear from Bushnell Prairie City and Quinn Eady from Mendota Holy Cross, both in that 1A 8th grade boys pole vault. Going to watch some field events here. On the track, Carter Purcell from Findlay Okaw Valley takes that heat, 24:56. Dave Alcanjari from Inverness Holy Family and Alexander Page, your top three. On the track, moving on now to the Class 1A 8th grade girls 200-meter dash. 1A girls record is 25:78, set in 2024 by EA Adamarola from Springfield Christian. 4 heats of this event. Heat 1 of 4. In lane 3, Olivia Bailey from Rockdale. In 4, Penelope Shoemaker from Low Point Washburn. And in lane 5, Kenzie Makovsky from Rantoul St. Malachy. Once again, in that Class 1A 8th grade boys pole vault, Quinn Eddy from Mendota Holy Cross. Still working on 3.32. Landon Lear from Bushnell Prairie City appears to be already cleared that height. Again, this is heat 1 of 4, Class 1A 8th grade girls 200-meter dash. Kenzie Makovsky from Rantoul St. Malachy there on the outside, but Penelope Schumacher from Low Point Washburn in the lead. Heat 2 of 4. In lane 2, Aviana Hobson from Bartonville. In lane 3, Samantha Meyer from Normal Epiphany. In lane 4, Emma Schumacher from Newton St. Thomas. In 5, Camilla Butler from Springfield Christ the King. In lane 6, Mariah McVicker from Newton St. Thomas. And in lane 7, Addie Maurer from Lincoln Chester, East Lincoln. Side by side here in this heat 2 of 4. Aviana Hobson from Bartonville crossing that line first, unofficially at a 29:37. Heat 3 of 4. In lane 1, Paisley Holmes from Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell. In 2, Eva Castro from Chicago St. Edwards. In 3, Sienna Smallwood from Peoria Hollis. In 4, Eden Harding from Champaign St. Matthew. In lane 5, Elizabeth Piga from Evanston Academy. In 6, Leah Kennett from Pekin Rankin. In lane 7, Mia Haffley from Jacksonville, Our Savior. And in lane 8, Danica Grubb from Jacksonville, Our Savior. This 200 is going to be a tight race, folks. Here we go. Leah Kennett, Pekin Rankin in lane 6. Lane 4, Eden Harding from Champaign St. Matthew, unofficially taking that heat. 28:02 unofficial time there. Heat 4 of 4, the Class 1A 8th grade girls 200-meter dash. In lane 1, Gabrielle Hamilton from Hamilton. In lane 2, Abigail Gossett from Springfield Christ the King. In lane 3, Charlotte Seitz from Chicago North Park. In 4, Cassandra Friesen from St. Albee. In 5, Bella Ordner from Siegel St. Michael's. In 6, Marin Ferguson from Bushnell Prairie City. In 7, Maddie Laurenti from Plainfield St. Mary. And in 8, Kaya Maddie from Prospect Heights St. Alphonsus. Your attention on the field events here in the Class 1A 8th grade boys pole vault. We have one vaulter remaining. That's Landon Lear from Bushnell Prairie City. Appears he's going to attempt 3.43 meters. On the track, looks like crossing the line first there is Abigail Gossett from Springfield Christ the King in Heat 4 of 4, the Class 1A 8th grade girls 200-meter dash. All right, we'll turn our attention now to the award stand as we present some medals for the Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x100-meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 53 flat, Camp Point Central. In 7th place with a time of 52.82, Bloomington Corpus Christi. In 6th place with a time of 52.45, Riverdale, Washington. In 5th place with a time of 51.14, Fisher. In 4th place with a time of 50.95, Bismarck Henning. In 3rd place with a time of 50.42, Stewartson Strasburg. In 2nd place with a time of 50.40, Altamont. And your 2025 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade boys 4x100-meter relay with a state winning time of 49.84, Monmouth United. On the track, Class 1A, 8th grade boys, 200-meter dash, heat 1 of 3. In lane 2, Tyler Stanzak from Palatine St. Teresa. In 2, Cash Craig from Durand. In 4, Diego Guerrero from St. Anne. In 5, Xander Whitehurst from Bartonville Monroe. In 6, Don Missiona from Rockdale. And in lane 7, Dylan Ernst from Newton St. Thomas. Again, that's heat 1 of 3, Class 1A, 8th grade boys, 200-meter dash. Crossing the line first, Diego Guerrero from St. Anne with an unofficial 24.91. Moving on to heat 2 of 3, the Class 1A 8th grade boys 200-meter dash. In lane 1, Anthony Doletti from Chicago St. Matthias. In 2, Andrew Nestrick from Elgin Harvest Christian. In 3, Preston Reason from Spring Bay Riverview. In 4, Grady Rutledge from Lincolnchester East Lincoln. In 5, Braden Reed from Milford. In 6, Declan Sawyer from Thomasboro. In 7, Evan Havens from Milford. And in lane 8, Graham Bennett from Normal Calvary. Again, heat 2 of 3, Class 1A 8th grade boys 200-meter dash. Folks, we're going to be side by side here coming into the final 100. Andrew Nestrick from Elgin Harvest Christian in lane 2, wanting to make a race of this. Winning that heat out of lane 2, Andrew Nestrick from Elgin Harvest Christian, a 24.88 unofficially. Heat 3 of 3. In lane 1, Javion Wool from Pearl City. In 2, Jason Hoots from Greenfield. In 3, Cody Lammy from St. Anne. In 4, George DuPont from Hamilton. 5, Declan Ryan from Evanston Academy. In 6, Daniel Horton from Sonneman. 7, Daniel Hoffman from Earlville. And in lane 8, Eli Capron from Flanagan. Heat 3 of 3. This is going to be a tight race, folks. Let's watch this one. George DuPont from Hamilton in lane 4, but we've got Jason Hoots in lane 2 from Greenfield. Let's give him a round of applause right there. That's how much these athletes are putting out here, folks. Every race. All right, we're going to turn our attention to the medal stand here as we hand out some medals for the Class 1A 7th grade boys discus throw. In 8th place with a throw of 34.17 meters from Greenview, Caleb Huddleston. In 7th place with a throw of 34.94 meters from Joliet St. Raymond, Cannon Kinsella. In 6th place with a throw of 35.01 meters from Greenfield, Landon Albrecht. In 5th place with a throw of 35.65 meters from Siegel St. Michael's, Ben Walk. In 4th place with a throw of 35.82 meters from Greenfield, Grady Costello. In 3rd place with a throw of 35.94 meters from Peoria Limestone Walters, Brecken Sturdivant. In 2nd place with a throw of 36.62 meters from Carrollton St. John, Blake Schmidt. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade boys discus throw with a state-winning throw of 37.76 meters from Pekin Rankin, Hayes Ingram. On the track now, we have the Class 2A 7th grade girls 200-meter dash. Heat 1 of 4 in lane 3, Marie-Sophie LeBlanc from Chicago Lycée. In lane 4, Ella Andel from Peoria Reservoir. And in lane 5, Stevie Folk from Dakota. Record here for 7-2A girls is 26:54, set in 2023 by Reese Heaney from Effingham St. Anthony. Ella Andel from Peoria Reservoir crosses that line first, 28:74 in that first heat. Heat 2 of 4. In lane 1, Macy Sukut from Springfield Christian. In lane 2, Maeve Nieberge from Effingham St. Anthony. In lane 3, Maddie Snyder from Whitehall North Green. In 4, Avery Wolf from Aurora Holy Angels. In 5, Kaylee Ruffner from Altamont. In 6, Samaria Smith from Decatur Montessori. And in lane 7, Briar Cummins from Oakland Lake Crest. Heat 2 of 4 on the track now. This is the Class 2A 7th grade girls 200-meter dash. Avery Wolf from Aurora Holy Angels in 4. Samaria Smith from Decatur Montessori in lane 6. Very close at the finish. Avery Wolf, maybe from Aurora Holy Angels, might have just squeaked that out at a 28.80 unofficially. We're going to turn our attention back to the medal stand in front of the main grandstands as we present the medals for the Class 1A 7th grade girls discus throw. In 8th place with a throw of 21.80 from Washington St. Patrick, Maeve Green. In 7th with a throw of 23.02 meters from Mendota Holy Cross, Linda McDonald. In 6th place with a throw of 23.07 from Greenview, Madeline Thompson. In 5th place with a throw of 23.35 meters from Morton Blessed Sacrament, Joey Bear. In 4th place with a throw of 24.12 meters from Cornell, Leah Smith. In 3rd place with a throw of 24.14 meters from Ladd, Stella Simpson. In 2nd place with a throw of 25 meters even from Findlay Okaw Valley, Ava McQuilling. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade girls discus throw with a winning throw of 26.26 from Antioch Grace Lake, Brooklyn Michael. In Heat 3, Lane 1, Kate Epperson from Fisher. In Lane 2, Deasia Washington from Joliet Laraway. In Lane 3, Lillian Metz from Mountain Sterling Brown County. In Lane 4, Kaylin Berner Kemper from Effingham St. Anthony. In 5, Addie Blakely from Lena Winslow. In 6, Sylvie Panic from Grays Lake Prairie Crossing. In 7, Evangeline Helming from Colfax Ridgeview. And in Lane 8, London Bean from Decatur Dennis. Side by side, here we go. Sylvie Panic from Grays Lake, but Addie Blakely from Lena Winslow. Let's see who crossed that line first. Addie Blakely from Lena Winslow, unofficial time 28:17. Heat 4 of 4, Class 2A, 7th grade girls 200-meter dash. Coming up here in Lane 1, Millie Maynard from Winchester. In Lane 2, Taylor Brownlee from Nauvoo-Calusa. In Lane 3, Peyton Frazier from Oakwood. In Lane 4, Sarah Carden from Rockford Christian. In Lane 5, Gia Schlitting from Lena Winslow. In Lane 6, Ashe Dangerfield from Moments. In Lane 7, Lily Trompter from Sidell Salt Fork. And in Lane 8, Alexa Nyland from Grays Lake St. Gilbert. Again, Heat 4 of 4, Class 2A, 7th grade girls 200-meter dash. Ashe Dangerfield from Moments, but in Lane 4, Sarah Carden from Rockford Christian comes in there and takes the heat unofficially 27-23. Move on now to the Class 2A, 7th grade boys 200-meter dash, Heat 1 of 2. In Lane 1, Carter Kreider from Sparlin Midland. In Lane 2, Evan Stevens from Camp Point Central. In Lane 3, Jake Brzezinski from Grays Lake Prairie Crossing. In 4, Dane Homan from Rockford Christian. In Lane 5, Andrew Bachmoyer from Normal Metcalf. In Lane 6, Brenton Troxel from Kewanee Weathersfield. In 7, Marvion Gilmore from Madison. In Lane 8, Cody Runge from Serena. Heat 1 of 2. Class 2A, 7th grade boys, 200-meter dash on the track now. Dane Homan from Rockford Christian there in the middle in lane 4. Carter Kreider from Sparlin Midland in lane 1 wants to make a race of it. So does Marvion Gilmore from Madison in lane 7. Unofficially, Dane Homan from Rockford Christian taking it out of lane 4. All right, we're going to turn our attention to the medals stand. Are we ready down there at the medal stand? As we present the medals here for the Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 54.71, Sarah Gordo. In 7th place with a time of 54.65, Oakwood. In 6th place with a time of 54.40, Winona Fieldcrest. In 5th place with a time of 54.19, Henry Senechwine. In 4th place with a time of 54.18, New Berlin. In 3rd place with a time of 53.95, Whitehall North Green. In 2nd place with a time of 53.64, Madison. And your 2025 IESA Class 2A champions in the 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay with a state winning time of 52.37. Give it up for Somonauk. Heat 2 of 2. In lane 1, Jackson Bolden from Green Valley Midwest Central. In lane 2, Jake Ryan Perry from Orland Park St. Michael. In lane 3, Caden Smith from Decatur Hope. In lane 4, Fabian Grisby from Whitehall North Green. In lane 5, Merritt Linover from Mount Sterling Brown County. In 6, Johnny Richter from Stewartson Strasburg. In 7, Parker Phillips from Effingham St. Anthony. And in lane 8, Caden Crosby from Bismarck Henning. And it looks like Fabian Grisby from Whitehall North Green crossing that line first. On the track, moving on now to event 87. This is the girls 200-meter dash, Class 2A, 8th grade girls here. 8-2A record 26-11 set last year by Lauren Duraco from Bloomington Corpus Christi. 4 heats of this event. Heat 1 of 4 in lane 2, Macy McCowan from Brimfield. In 3, Brooke White from Antioch Emmons. In 4, Germani Green from Madison. In lane 5, Jory Miskinnis from Kewanee Weathersfield. And in lane 6, Leah Milam from Erie. Good opportunity here to make a note that we are going to take a small break on the track events here after the 200s. So we'll take a small break. We will keep doing awards during that time. So again, we're going to take a small break after the 200s on the track events. Allow our officials and meet volunteers to grab a little bite to eat. So we're going to do that on the track events, but we're still going to keep doing awards during that period of time. All right, on the track, by the way, that last heat, Jory Miss Kinnis from Kiwani Weathersfield, 28-14, unofficially takes that heat. Heat 2 of 4, the Class 2A 8th grade girls 200-meter dash. In lane 1, McKenna Mason from Okina St. Mary. In lane 2, Adeline McSparron from Stronghurst West Central. In lane 3, Alexa Larson from Salmonok. In 4, Sophia Ferguson from Sarah Gordo. In 5, Ava Kleiss from Tuscola East Prairie. In 6, Naya Schreiber from Chicago Lycée. In 7, Sophia Abram from Decatur Montessori. And in lane 8, Ainsley Lyons from Oakwood. Again, heat 2 of 4 on the track now. Sophia Abram from Decatur Montessori there in lane 7. Adeline McSparron from Stronghurst West Central in lane 2. I believe that was Sophia Abram from Decatur Montessori at a 28:49. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand as we present the medals here for the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 51:86 is Bartonville Monroe. In 7th place with a time of 51:84, Palatine St. Teresa. In 6th place with a time of 51:10 from Inverness Holy Family. In 5th place with a time of 50:96, Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge. In 4th place with a time of 49:96, Evanston. In 3rd place with a time of 49:56, Milford. In 2nd place, actually broke the previous state record here of 49:05, St. Anne. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay with a new state record time of 48:68. Give it up for Paris Crestwood. Heat 3 of 4. Lane 1, Carper Hall from Monmouth United. In lane 2, Abby Stabler from Manlius Bureau Valley. In lane 3, Aaron Irwin from Bloomington Corpus Christi. In lane 4, Gia Swearingen from Toulon Stark County. In lane 5, Chloe Leithleiter from Dwight. In lane 6, Jaya Bastian from Galena. In lane 7, Neva Daly from Knoxville. And in lane 8, Neva Parham from Oakwood. That is Heat 3 of 4 on the track now. Gia Swearingen, I believe, might have crossed that line first from Toulon Stark County. Unofficial time, 27:49. Heat 4 of 4, Class 2A, 8th grade girls 200 meter dash. In lane 1, Addie Stinson from New Berlin. In 2, Kira Lutz from Assumption Central A&M. In lane 3, Scarlett Montano from Arcola. In lane 4, Amani Brown from Fisher. In lane 5, Ella Roberts from Salmonok. In 6, Alyssa Ruhal from Altamont. In 7, Katarina Huzenga from Mount Carroll, West Carroll. And lane 8, Purity Mosetti from Peoria Reservoir. Again, heat 4 of 4. Amani Brown from Fisher in lane 4. Ella Roberts from Salmonok in lane 5. This is going to be a tight race, folks. Amani Brown from Fisher holds off Ella Roberts from Salmonok. Cross that line first, unofficial 26-78. Moving on now to the Class 2A 8th grade boys 200-meter dash. The 8-2A boys record is 22.96. It was set in 2023 by Mason John Cook from Decatur Robertson to 3 heats of this event. Heat 1 of 3 in lane 2, Sean Garner from Madison. In lane 3, Waylon Miller from Manlius Bureau Valley. In lane 4, Caleb Peters from Dwight. In 5, Caden Poole from Springfield Christian. In lane 6, Jaden Wade from Dalton Roosevelt. Again, heat 1 of 3 here for the Class 2A 8th grade boys. Sean Garner from Madison on the inside there in lane 2. Waylon Miller from Manlius Bureau Valley in lane 3. But Sean Garner in lane 2 takes that heat unofficially. 24-44. In heat 2, lane 1, Tyler Haley from Wadsworth St. Patrick. In 2, Gunnar Donaldson from Dallas City. In 3, David Amo from Chicago Old St. Mary's. In 4, Landon Wagner from Hayworth. In 5, Colt Daughtry from Fisher. In 6, Lucas Touts from Mount Carroll, West Carroll. In 7, Terrell Foots from Markham Obama. And in 8, Isaiah Cornish from Kewanee, Weathersfield. In heat 2 of 3, Class 2A 8th grade boys 200-meter dash. Colt Daughtry from Fisher in lane 5. Check out lane 3 here. That's David Amo from Chicago Old St. Mary's. Lucas Touts from Mount Carroll, West Carroll in lane 6. But I believe that's David Amo from Chicago Old St. Mary's crossing that line first. 24-70 unofficial time. Moving on to heat 3 of 3 in lane 1, Dawson Freris from Princeville. In 2, Anthony Perez Garcia from Marseilles. In 3, Russell Stotts from Whitehall North Green. In 4, Connor Hollenbach from Serena. In 5, Marquez Berrigan from Mount Carroll, West Carroll. In 6, Jonah Miller from Table Grove. In 7, Jacob Downing from Sidell Salt Fork. And in lane 8, Peyton Cravens from Villa Grove. A Class 2A, 8th grade boys 200-meter dash. Final heat. Marquez Berrigan from Mount Carroll, West Carroll in lane 5. Look at him go. Quite a 200-meter dash for Marquez Berrigan from Mount Carroll, West Carroll. Unofficially a 23:46. Dawson Freris from Princeville right there as well. All right, that concludes our 200-meter dash events here for today. We are going to take a pause on the track, on the running events here for just a little bit, about 20 minutes or so. Give our officials and our volunteers who work extremely hard in both days of the meet here this weekend, give them about 20 minutes or so to grab a bite to eat. And then after that lunch break, we'll move on into the 800-meter run finals, the 4x400-meter relay finals, and award medals throughout, as well as team awards at the end of the day today. So stay tuned for all of that. During the lunch break, however, field events will continue as they are. So field events will continue running. No pause there. So lots of things to still watch. And we will still hand out medals and awards during the lunch break here. So we're going to try to get through as many of those as we can while we have a pause in the action on the track. All right, let's hand out some medals here. This time for the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x100-meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 49:49 from is Galena. In 7th place with a time of 49:42, Bloomington Corpus Christi. In 6th place with a time of 49:40, Stronghurst West Central. In 5th place with a time of 49:37, Decatur Montessori. In 4th place with a time of 49:20, Kankakee Bishop McNamara. In 3rd place with a time of 48:81, Peoria St. Vincent de Paul. In 2nd place with a time of 48:60, Table Grove. And your 2025 IESA Class 2A champions in the 8th grade boys 4x100-meter relay with a state winning time of 48:42. Folks, give it up for Fisher. IESA.org, great place to look for those awards call sheets so you can be there on time. Again, we're going to continue handing out awards here throughout our lunch break here on the track. This time we're going to hand out medals for the Class 1A 8th grade girls 200-meter dash. In 8th place with a time of 28:17 from Hamilton, Gabrielle Hamilton. In 7th place with a time of 28:02 from Champaign St. Matthew, Eden Harding. In 6th place with a time of 27:64 from Plainfield St. Mary, Maddie Laurenti. In 5th place with a time of 27:27 from Peoria Heights St. Alphonsus, Prospect Heights St. Alphonsus, Kaya Maddie. In 4th place with a time of 26:90 from Chicago North Park, Charlotte Seitz. In 3rd place with a time of 26:85 from Bushnell Prairie City, Marion Ferguson. In 2nd place with a time of 26:76 from Siegel St. Michael's, Bella Ordner. And your 2025 Class 1A 8th grade girls 200-meter dash champion with a state winning time of 26:26 from Springfield Christ the King, Abigail Gossett. Well, we're taking a few more pictures here on the award stand. Recognize one of our award presenters here, Amy Mayer from Rantoul St. Malachy. Amy's been helping us hand out awards here all weekend, so thank you, Amy, for your help and assistance in doing that. The note here, Event Pro Photography, taking pictures of our medal stand and medal recipients here. You can visit Event Pro Photography outside the main gates, and they make some really nice plaques out of those pictures and can take other pictures as well. So visit my friends at Event Pro Photography, maybe on your way out or maybe after a medal presentation. They can make you a nice plaque and get it for you here at the event. All right, I think we're ready to hand out the medals for the Class 1A 7th grade girls 200-meter dash. In 8th place with a time of 28:51 from Neoga Bliss Bear. In 7th place with a time of 28:48 from Plainfield St. Mary, Kaylee Rohrig. In 6th place with a time of 28:42 from Milford Claire Matthews. In 5th place with a time of 28:33 from Morton Blessed Sacrament, Leah Duffy. In 4th place with a time of 28:33 from Milledgeville, Chadwick, Callie Shriver. In 3rd place with a time of 28:20 from Washington St. Patrick, Sadie Gorsage. In 2nd place with a time of 28:18 from Newark, Lisbon, Maya Wisa. And your 2025 IESA champion for the Class 1A 7th grade girls 200-meter dash with a state winning time of 27:43 from Champaign St. Matthew. Give it up for Emma Kaufman. This is the second call for the 1A 8th grade girls high jump. Again, second call for 1A 8th grade girls high jump. All right, your attention back to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 1A 8th grade boys 200-meter dash. In 8th place with a time of 24:96 from Durand, Cash Craig. In 7th place with a time of 24:91 from St. Anne, Diego Guerrero. In 6th place with a time of 24:88 from Elgin Harvest Christian, Andrew Nestrick. In 5th place with a time of 24:73 from Flanagan, Eli Capron. In 4th place with a time of 24:69 from Earlville, Daniel Hoffman. In 3rd place with a time of 24:52 from Evanston Academy, Declan Ryan. In 2nd place, this would have been a state record of 23:97 from Greenfield, Jason Hoots. And your 2025 Class 1A 8th grade boys champion in the 200-meter dash with a state-winning and state record time of 23:91. Folks, give it up from Hamilton, George DuPont. Need Jesse Engelbright from Paris Crestwood to report to awards. Jesse Engelbright from Paris Crestwood, report to awards immediately. All right, your attention to the award stand again as we present the medals here for the Class 2A 8th grade girls 200-meter dash. In 8th place with a time of 28:03 from Dwight, Chloe Leithleiter. In 7th place with a time of 27:83 from Altamont, Alyssa Ruhol. In 6th place with a time of 27:72 from Assumption Central A&M, Kira Lutz. In 5th place with a time of 27:64 from Peoria Reservoir, Purity Mosetti. In 4th place with a time of 27:54 from Mount Carroll, West Carroll, Katarina Huzenga. In 3rd place with a time of 27:49 from Toulon Stark County, Gia Swearingen. In 2nd place with a time of 26:96 from Salmonok, Ella Roberts. And your 2025 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade girls 200-meter dash with a state winning time of 26:78 from Fisher, Amani Brown. All right, here we go. Back to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 2A 7th grade girls 200-meter dash. Here we go with that one. And again, this is the 2A 7th grade girls 200-meter dash medals. In 8th place with a time of 28:29 from Sidel Salt Fork, Lily Trumpeter. In 7th place with a time of 28:26 from Nauvoo Calusa, Taylor Brownlee. In 6th place with a time of 28:23 from Lena Winslow, Gia Schlichting. In 5th place with a time of 28:20 from Decatur Dennis, London Bean. In 4th place with a time of 28:17 from Lena Winslow, Addie Blakely. In 3rd place with a time of 27:76 from Oakwood, Peyton Frazier. In 2nd place with a time of 27:39 from Moments, Ashe Dangerfield. And your 2025 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade girls 200-meter dash with a state winning time of 27:23 from Rockford Christian. Folks, let's give it up for Sarah Carden. Your attention, please. This is the first call for the 7-1A boys and girls 800-meter run. First call, 7-1A boys and girls 800-meter run. And a personal page here for Savannah Jers from Elgin Harvest Christian to the high jump. Again, Savannah Jers from Elgin Harvest Christian to the high jump. First call for the boys 2A shot put 7th grade flight 1. First call, boys 2A shot put 7th grade flight 1. Marvin Gilmore from Madison, you need to report to awards immediately. Marvin Gilmore from Madison, report to awards immediately. First call, Flight 2, 8th grade boys, Class 2A discus. Again, first call, Flight 2, 2A, 8th grade boys, discus. David Amo from Chicago Old St. Mary's, report to awards immediately. David Amo from Chicago Old St. Mary's to awards, please. All right, please direct your attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 1A 8th grade boys pole vault. In 8th place, with a vault of 2.52 meters from Waverly, Billy Gard. In 7th place, with a vault of 2.52 meters from Danville Schlarman, Ian Fitzgerald. In 6th place, with a vault of 2.68 meters from Siegel St. Michael's, Clayton Altgilbers. In 5th place, with a vault of 3.08 meters from Bushnell Prairie City, Keegan Gillette. In 4th place, with a vault of 3.16 meters from Marseilles Milton Pope, Caden Meents. In 3rd place, with a vault of 3.16 meters from Paris Crestwood, Jesse Engelbright. In 2nd place, with a vault of 3.24 meters from Mendota Holy Cross, Quinn Eddy. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade boys pole vault with a state winning time and a brand new state record of 3.32 meters from Bushnell Prairie City. Folks, give it up for Landon Lear. All right, let's hand out some more medals here. This time for the Class 2A 7th grade boys 200-meter dash. In 8th place with a time of 25:87 from Decatur Hope, Caden Smith. In 7th place with a time of 25:76 from Madison, Marvion Gilmore. In 6th place with a time of 25:76 from Stewartson Strasburg, Johnny Richter. In 5th place with a time of 25:73 from Sparlin Midland, Carter Kreider. In 4th place with a time of 25:51 from Grays Lake Prairie Crossing, Jake Brzezinski. In 3rd place with a time of 25:41 from Mount Sterling Brown County, Merritt Lenover. In 2nd place with a time of 25:40 from Rockford Christian, Dane Homan. And your 2025 Class 2A champion in the 7th grade boys 200-meter dash with a state winning time of 24:67 from Whitehall North Green, Fabian Grisby. All right, on the medal stand now, we've got the Class 2A 8th grade boys 200-meter dash winners. In 8th place with a time of 24:83 from Mount Carroll, West Carroll, Lucas Touts. In 7th place with a time of 24:70 from Chicago Old St. Mary's, David Amo. In 6th place with a time of 24:61 from Sidell Salt Fork, Jacob Downing. In 5th place with a time of 24:49 from Table Grove, Jonah Miller. In 4th place with a time of 24:46 from Serena, Connor Holenbach. In 3rd place with a time of 24:44 from Madison, Sean Garner. In 2nd place with a time of 24:36 from Princeville, Dawson Freris. And your 2025 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade boys 200-meter dash with a state winning time of 23:46 from Mount Carroll, West Carroll, Marquez Berrigan. All right, we'll direct our attention back to the awards stand for the Class 1A 8th grade boys shot put awards. In 8th place, with a throw of 11.43 meters from Lexington, Kobe Barrett. In 7th place, with a throw of 11.43 meters from Newton St. Thomas, Griffin Bierman. In 6th place, with a throw of 11.51 meters from Bushnell Prairie City, Rylan Ford. In 5th place, with a throw of 11.52 meters from Urbana University, Jack Trisler. In 4th place, with a throw of 11.52 meters from St. Anne, Ty Brommer. In 3rd place, with a throw of 11.79 meters from Grand Ridge, Michael Polish. In 2nd place, with a throw of 12.36 meters from Plainfield St. Mary, Jackson Bonebreak. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade boys shot put with a winning throw of 13.93 meters from Pleasant Hill, Cutter Kiergan. All right, we're going to direct our attention to the award stand once again, and this time we're going to recognize our athletes in the Class 1A 7th grade boys 200-meter dash. In 8th place, with a time of 26:57 from Newton St. Thomas, Nate Beals. In 7th place, with a time of 26:52 from Spring Bay Riverview, Max Badinger. In 6th place, with a time of 26:22 from Pekin Rankin, Hayes Ingram. In 5th place, with a time of 25:76 from Bartonville Monroe, Caleb Likens. In 4th place, with a time of 25:64 from Kelowna, Alexander Page. In 2nd place, with a time of in 3rd place, with a time of 25:50 from Inverness Holy Family, Dave Alcanjari. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade boys 200-meter dash with a state winning time and a new state record of 24:56 from Findlay Okaw Valley. Give it up for Carter Purcell. All right, getting ready to start events on the track again here. We're going to start with the Class 1A 7th grade girls 800-meter run. Class 1A 7th grade girls 800-meter run. Heat 1 of 1. 7-1A girls record here is 2:25.10, set in 2023 by Amaya O'Neill from Pekin Rankin. With Alley 1, Alyssa Bell from Grand Ridge, Harper Scott from Champaign Holy Cross, and Emma Seidel from Pekin Rankin. Alley 2, Kylie Kasprick from LaSalle Trinity Catholic, Sedona Smith from Bradford, Avery Kennett from Pekin Rankin, and Nora Hartke from Neoga. Alley 3, Isabella Gutierrez from Chicago St. Matthias, Chloe Bressner from Royal Prairie View Ogden, Ruby Beam from Cambridge, and Leah Vandekamp from Cambridge. And in Alley 4, Celine Kuhn from Illinois School of the Deaf, Hazley Hilgenbrink from Normal Epiphany, Charlotte Gold from Peoria St. Jude, and your top qualifier, Ariana Watson from Rossville Alvin. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention back to the awards stand here as we present the medals for the Class 2A 8th grade girls high jump. In 8th place with a jump of 1.46 meters from Cerro Gordo, Avery Storger. In 7th place with a jump of 1.46 meters from Kiwani Weathersfield, Kylie Anderson. In 6th place with a jump of 1.52 meters from Kankakee Bishop McNamara, Dylan Palisard. We had a three-way tie for 3rd place, so all receiving 3rd place medals with jumps of 1.52 meters from Henry Senechwine, Stella Rowe. Also receiving a 3rd place medal from Rock Falls St. Andrew, Harper Ford. And also tying for 3rd place here from Whitehall North Green, Bria Bushnell. In second place with a jump of 1.52 meters from Mossville, Alana Farinkrug. And in second place, sorry, I'm going to try that again, Alana Farinkrug. And in first place, actually, your champion for the IESA Class 2A 8th grade girls high jump with a state winning jump as well as a new state record of 1.55 meters from KZ Westfield. That is Chloe Taylor. On the track now, we got the Class 1A 7th grade boys 800 meter run. Heat 1 of 2, 7-1A boys record here is 2:08.13, set last year by Abram Garcia from Polo Applington. In this Heat 1 of 2, in Alley 1, Camden Essington from Mount Olive, Alex Lynch from Immaculate Conception North. In Alley 2, Brendan Bush from Inverness Holy Family, Dylan Wood from Immaculate Conception North. In Alley 3, Landon Lyons from Cornell, Yahir Guerrero from Danville Schlarman, and Riker Sage from Woodhull Allwood. In Alley 4, Rylan Heineck from Roanoke Benson, Elias Rogers from Chrisman, Scotland, and Vincent Guerrero from Danville Schlarman. That is Vincent Guerrero from Danville Schlarman crossing that line first. Brendan Bush from Inverness Holy Family. Dylan Wood crossing the line in third. Moving on to Heat 2 of 2, Class 1A 7th grade boys 800 meter run. In Alley 1, Brigham Karaska from Galva. Ferguson from Hartsburg Emden. In Alley 2, Braden Ritter from Champaign Holy Cross, Jacob Mashinsky from Peoria St. Jude, and Chris Trevino from Normal Epiphany. In Alley 3, Grant Johnson from Washington St. Patrick, Lucas Maderos Jamon from Champaign Next Generation, and Joey Cruz Bucio from Bloomington St. Mary's. And in Alley 4, Jack Goldstein from Champaign St. Matthew, David Surratt from Champaign Holy Cross, and Gavin Nickerson from Findlay, Okaw Valley. Gavin Nickerson here, your top qualifier from Findlay, Okaw Valley. Gavin Nickerson there up front from Findlay-Okaw Valley. First lap of 102.64. Chris Trevino from Normal Epiphany with a 106.89. And Joey Cruz Bucio from Bloomington St. Mary's are your top three. Owen Ferguson from Hartsburg Emden in 4 as they stretch this out a little bit. Gavin Nickerson up there at front, but Chris Trevino reeling him in just a little bit here on the backstretch. See how this last 200 unfolds. Chris has got him in his sights. He is gaining. That lead is shrinking quickly. Chris Trevino pouring it on here. Gavin Nickerson in front. Chris Trevino going around on the outside on the turn. Here comes Chris Trevino. Chris Trevino from Normal Epiphany. That was a 109.46 last lap to take the first place in that heat. Moving on now to the Class 1A 8th grade girls 800-meter run, one heat of this event. 1A girls record is 2:21.60 set in 2023. Alley 1, Quinn Heinen from Plainfield St. Mary, Aubrey Urbanski from LaSalle Trinity Catholic, Josie Vogt from Newton St. Thomas. Alley 2, Sonia Freestad from Newark Lisbon, Charlie Green from Delavan, Giles Huggenbrink from Normal Epiphany, and Eileen Hamilton from Peoria St. Jude. Alley 3, Kaylin Forbes from Kinderhook Western, Ada Kunkel from Monmouth ICS, Sydney Werenberg from Peoria Limestone Walters, and Henley Parsons from Champaign Judah Christian. And in Alley 4, Allie Bott from Royal Prairie View Ogden, Jane Vaughn from Evanston Academy, Emily Clift from Washington St. Patrick, and your top qualifier coming out of sectionals, Taylor Short from Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell. Taylor Short from Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell, 104.49. Out in front there a bit. Pack of three behind her, Henley Parsons, Aubrey Urbanski, and Jane Vaughn. Your top four. In the field events here on the Class 2A 7th grade boys pole vault, we have three vaulters here attempting to break the state record here. Hayden Vettetto from Altamont, Grayson Blommer, Reed Schumacher, all attempting to break the record, 3.08. So once again, that's the Class 2A 7th grade boys pole vault. Henley Parsons takes that heat on the track. Taylor Short and Jane Vaughn, your top three. What a great race. Moving on now to the Class 1A, 8th grade boys 800-meter run. The 1A boys record here is 2:03.72, set in 2023. Heat 1 of 2 in Alley 1, Leonardo Trevino from Normal Epiphany, Walden Andrews from Siegel St. Michael's, and Patrick Garrett from Palatine St. Thomas. Alley 2, Joseph Wick from LaSalle Dimmick, Cody Round from Milford, Mason Weber from Greenfield. In Alley 3, Gage Englam from Paris Crestwood, Gabe Yonts from Morton Blessed Sacrament, and Will Fowler from Danville Schlarman. And in Alley 4, Kason Rogers from Crispin, Scotland, Jacob Knepp from Roanoke Benson, and Taylor DeVar from Chicago St. Josephat. And on the track here, heat 1 of 2. Class 1A, 8th grade boys, 800-meter run. Leonardo Trevino from Normal Epiphany. Out in front, Mason Weber from Greenfield. And Will Fowler from Danville Schlarman, your top three. Leonardo Trevino from Normal Epiphany takes that heat with a 2:08.40. Unofficially, Taylor DeVar from Chicago St. Josephat and Will Fowler, your top three. Heat 2 of 2 in Alley 1, Braden Runyon from Marseilles Milton Pope, Jack Fleshner from Rantoul St. Malachy, and Alonzo Batista from Hampton. In Alley 2, Colby Heineck from Roanoke Benson, Mason Decker from Streeter Woodland, and Pearson Sather from Champaign Judah Christian. Alley 3, Drew Stockwell from Rantoul St. Malachy, Tyler Brack from Aurora St. Rita, and Garrett Smith from Champaign St. Matthew. In Alley 4, Holden Kettleson from Lexington, Max Amari from Champaign St. Matthew, and Ulrich Swan from Chicago St. Matthias. Well, Rick Swan, your top qualifier here from Chicago St. Matthias. Heat 2 of 2 here. Crossing the line first, Ulrich Swan from Chicago St. Matthias with a 2:03.10. Alonzo Batista and Garrett Smith, your top three. We go now to the Class 2A 7th grade girls 800-meter run. 7-2A girls record here is 2:23.41, set in 2022. In Heat 1 of 2 in Alley 1, Kaylin Chenoweth from Table Grove, Lena Henry from Prophetstown, and Brittany Sloan from Wilmette St. Francis. In Alley 2, Berlin Schmidgall from Brimfield, Emily Sennett from Princeville, and Bella Schultz from Effingham St. Anthony. In Alley 3, Sophie Holslander from Elmwood, Reese Masick from Chicago St. Benedict, and Margaret Julie from Wilmette St. Francis. In Alley 4, Harper Ritter from Macon Meridian, Addison Richardson from Normal Metcalf, Laurel Worth from Evanston, and Ainsley Robb from Lena Winslow. All right, this Heat 1 of 2, Class 2A 7th grade girls 800-meter run. Reese Masick from Chicago St. Benedict in the front. Laurel Worth, Addison Richardson, your top three. So Bella Schultz from Effingham St. Anthony up there. Reese and Laurel kind of working together there, and Addison and Bella. Bella wants to take that third place. Addison not quite ready to give it up there. Laurel Worth, Reese Masick leading the pack here, but Laurel Worth right there together. We might be side by side here coming into the final 100. Here we go, Laurel Worth, Reese Masick side by side. Here as they come around the final turn. Make a little switch here, inside to outside, outside to in. Here we go, Reese Masick, Laurel Worth fighting it out here on the front stretch in Heat 1 of 2 of the 2A 7th grade girls 800-meter run. Got to fight back here for third place as well, but that's Reese Masick from Chicago St. Benedict crossing that line first. Laurel Worth and Berlin Schmidgall from Brimfield sneaks in there. Kaylin Chenoweth as well. Addison Richardson, your top five. All right, we're going to turn our attention to the awards stand. We're going to present the medals here for the Class 1A 7th grade girls 800-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 2:34.86 from Pekin Rankin, Emma Seidel. In 7th place with a time of 2:34.77 from Pekin Rankin, Avery Kennett. In 6th place with a time of 2:33.85 from Cambridge, Ruby Beam. In 5th place with a time of 2:33.73 from Bradford, Sedona Smith. In 4th place with a time of 2:32.36 from Peoria St. Jude, Charlotte Gold. In third place, with a time of 2:32:15 from Illinois School for the Deaf, Celine Kuhn. In second place, with a time of 2:29:47 from Cambridge, Leah Vandekamp. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade girls 800-meter run with a state winning time of 2:29:27 from Rossville, Alvin, Ariana Watson. On the track now, we got the Class 2A 7th grade girls 800-meter run, heat 2 of 2. In Alley 1, Chloe Milton from Chicago St. Benedict, Aniston Judd from McNabb Putnam County, and Rin Kustok from Evanston. In Alley 2, Jenna Meister from Clifton Nash, Tess Kendall from Normal Metcalf, Maddie Hellender from Oakland Lake Crest. Alley 3, Vivian Crawley from Bismarck Henning, Isabella Wilson from East Moline, Adley McQueen from Oakland Lake Crest, and Haven Barwegan from Kankakee, Bishop McNamara. And in Alley 4, we have Elena Shepard from Hayworth, Sylvia Semple from Effingham St. Anthony, Gianna Suvada from Arlington Heights St. James, and your top qualifier, Molly Moko from Glen Ellen. In front, Molly Moko from Glen Ellen with a 108.36. Aniston Judd from McNabb Putnam County. Your attention on the field events here in the Class 2A 7th grade boys pole vault. We have 2 vaulters left. They're attempting 3.24. Hayden Vitetto from Altamont and Grayson Bloomer from Effingham St. Anthony. In your Class 2A 7th grade boys pole vault, 3.24 they're both attempting. Up front in the track here, Class 2A 7th grade girls 800-meter run. That is Molly Moko. Announced her name several times this weekend. Molly up in front takes that heat. 2:21:04 unofficial time. Haven Barwegan from Kankakee Bishop McNamara moves up a spot in second, and Gianna Suvada from Arlington Heights St. James. Those are your top 3. On the track, we're going to move on to the Class 2A 7th grade boys 800-meter run. 7-2A boys record is 2:09:14, set in 2023. 2 heats of this event. Heat 1, Alley 1, Parker Colross from Hayworth, Asher Weilacher from Polo Applington. In Alley 2, Jackson Brady from Bismarck Henny, Ruger Hilst from Havana. In Alley 3, Keith Poston from Monmouth United, Hayden Gates from Galena. And in Alley 4, David Barter from Niles Northridge, Travis Berkey from Manlius Bureau Valley, and Cale Nelson from Brimfield. Hayden Gates from Galena, David Barter from Niles North Ridge, and Parker Colross from Hayworth, Travis Berkey from Leas Bureau Valley, and Keith Poston from Monmouth United, your top 5. Hayden Gates from Galena crossing that line first, 2:19.07. David Barter from Niles North Ridge, and Travis Berkey wrapping up your top 3. Please direct your attention to the award stand as we present the Class 2A 7th grade girls shot put medals. In 8th place, with a throw of 7.89 meters from Riverdale, Washington, Melody Jones. In 7th place, with a throw of 8.18 meters from Potomac, Juliana Griffin. In 6th place, with a throw of 8.22 meters from Palestine, Briley Nelson. In 5th place, with a throw of 8.28 meters from Assumption Central A&M, Emma Dial. In 4th place, with a throw of 8.49 meters from Oakwood, Haley Hahn. In 3rd place, with a throw of 8.52 meters from Sidell Salt Fork, Evie Ware. In 2nd place, with a throw of 8.54 meters from Potomac, Hadley Ackerman. And your 2025 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade girls shot put with a winning throw of 8.79 meters from Prophetstown. Give it up for Lila Ward. On the track, we've got the Class 2A 7th grade boys 800-meter run, heat 2 of 2. In Alley 1, Stronti Seibert from Mount Pulaski and Ryan Law from Mount Sterling, Brown County. In Alley 2, Nikki Robertson from Evanston and Wyatt Goff from Stronghurst, West Central. In Alley 3, Cash Olson from Garner, Adam Prumer from Stewartson, Strasburg. And in Alley 4, Griffin Durbin from Cerro Gordo, Dayton Gamber from Springfield Christian, and Jackson Elliott from Springfield Christian. Adam Prumer from Stewartson Strasburg in front. Jackson Elliott from Springfield Christian. Cash Olson from Gardner. Stronti Seibert from Mount Pulaski, your top 4. Ryan Law from Mount Sterling, Brown County in 5th there. Pretty close here up front. Adam Prumer from Stewartson Strasburg, Jackson Elliott from Springfield Christian, side by side. Let's cheer them on as they work to get across the line. Adam Prumer from Stewartson Strasburg, Jackson Elliott from Springfield Christian, crossing that line first, 2:10:38 unofficial time. Cash Olson from Gardner coming in third. Ryan Law from Mount Sterling, Brown County moves up a spot from the first lap, comes in at fourth. Moving on to the Class 2A 8th grade girls 800-meter run. 8-2A girls record here is 2:21:08, set last year in Heat 1 of 2. In Alley 1, Stella Sims from East Alton, Kayla Rojas from Wadsworth St. Patrick, Isabella Bella McMorris from Fox River Grove. In Alley 2, May Rooster from Winchester, Emma Segrest from St. Andrew, Chicago, and Juliet Bing from Grays Lake St. Gilbert. Alley 3, Leah Olson from Gardner, Kesson Gibbon from Havana, and Rosalind Mosier from Prophetstown. In Alley 4, Eva Bart from Normal Metcalf, Maura Kelly from St. Andrew, Chicago, and Marin Castelli from Chicago St. Benedict. Rosalind Mosier from Prophetstown in front. Maura Kelly. Quite a pack here. This might be the tightest race we've seen yet. In the Class 2A 7th grade boys pole vault, you heard those cheers over there. Grayson Blomer from Effingham St. Anthony. Looks like he just cleared 3.4. If I'm looking at this correctly. That's Grayson from Effingham St. Anthony on the pole vault. Close action here on the track in Heat 1 of 2 for the Class 2A 8th grade girls 800-meter run. It's not over yet, folks. Crossing the line in front, Kayla Rojas from Wadsworth St. Patrick at a 2:31:30. Emma Segrest and Juliet Bing, Rosalind Mosier, and Maura Kelly, your top 5. Great race. Let's direct your attention to the awards stand. We're going to present a couple sets of medals here before we begin the next race. We're going to start with the Class 1A 8th grade girls 800-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 2:34:54 from Newton St. Thomas, Josie Vogt. In 7th place with a time of 2:30:88 from Normal Epiphany, Giles Hilgenbrink. In 6th place with a time of 2:28:78 from Washington St. Patrick, Emily Clift. In 5th place with a time of 2:26:58 from LaSalle Trinity Catholic, Aubrey Urbanski. In 4th place with a time of 2:26:24 from Peoria St. Jude, Eileen Hamilton. In 3rd place with a time of 2:22:34 from Evanston Academy, Jane Vaughn. In 2nd place, this would have been a state record of 2:20:53 from Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell, Taylor Short. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade girls 800-meter run with a state winning time and a new state record of 2:20:40 from Champaign Judah Christian, Henley Parsons. Going to hand out one more set of medals here before we begin our next race on the track. This time, we're going to recognize some fine gentlemen up here for their accomplishments. And this is for the Class 1A 7th grade boys 800-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 2:24:08 from Hartsburg-Emden, Owen Ferguson. In 7th place with a time of 2:22:78 from Immaculate Conception North, Dylan Wood. In 6th place with a time of 2:22:59 from Inverness Holy Family, Brendan Bush. In 5th place with a time of 2:22:11 from Peoria St. Jude, Jacob Mashinsky. In 4th place with a time of 2:21:42 from Danville Schlarman, Vincente Guerrero. In 3rd place with a time of 2:21:10 from Bloomington St. Mary's, Joey Cruz Bucio. In 2nd place with a time of 2:18:87 from Findlay Okaw Valley, Gavin Nickerson. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade boys 800-meter run with a winning time of 2:16:35 from Normal Epiphany. Give it up for Chris Trevino. And on the track, we got the Class 2A 8th grade girls 800-meter run, Heat 2 of 2. In Alley 1, Caitlin Resek from Arlington Heights St. James, Nora Nieberge from Effingham St. Anthony, and Barrett Schur from Chicago St. Benedict. In Alley 2, we have Tenley Patterson from Forreston, Harper Funk from Normal Metcalf, and Charlotte Walker from Elmwood. In Alley 3, we've got Taylor Neville from Lena Winslow, Lillian Chaddock from Peoria St. Vincent de Paul, and Phoebe Dufresne from Springfield Blessed Sacrament. And in Alley 4, Sarah Sandoval from Arlington Heights St. James, Hadley Mitchie from Winona Fieldcrest, and Audrey Dickinson, your top qualifier from Glassford Illini Bluffs. Very close group here up front in this race. Harper Funk, kind of there up in front. Barrett Schur from Chicago St. Benedict. Audrey Dickinson. Sarah Sandoval. Lillian Chaddock. Phoebe Dufresne. Charlotte Walker. That's your top 7. Maybe stretching it out here just a little bit on the backstretch, but I think this is going to be a race here to the end. All names we've talked about all weekend long. Harper Funk, Barrett Schur, Audrey Dickinson, Sarah Sandoval, Lillian Chaddock, Phoebe Dufresne, Charlotte Walker, all up there. Quite a race here coming out of the final turn. I believe that's Barrett Schur in the front, if I'm not mistaken. That is Barrett Schur from Chicago St. Benedict with a 2:22:39. Audrey Dickinson from Glassford Illini Bluffs, and Harper Funk, your top 3. We're going to turn our attention back to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 1A 8th grade boys 800-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 2:13:52 from Champaign Judah Christian, Pearson Sather. In 7th place with a time of 2:13:39 from Chicago St. Josephat, Taylor Devar. In 6th place with a time of 2:12:23 from Lexington Holden Kettleson. In 5th place with a time of 2:11:09 from Streeter Woodland Mason Decker. In 4th place with a time of 2:08:40 from Normal Epiphany Leonardo Trevino. In 3rd place with a time of 2:05:62 from Champaign St. Matthew Garrett Smith. In 2nd place with a time of 2:04:94 from Hampton Alonzo Batista. And your 2025 Class 1A 8th grade boys 800-meter run champion with a state-winning and new state record time of 2:03:10 from Chicago St. Matthias. Let's hear it for Ulrich Swan. On the track now, we got the Class 2A 8th grade boys 800-meter run, heat 1 of 2. 8-2A boys record here is 2:07:15, set last year in 2024. Heat 1 of 2 in Alley 1, Drew Dines from Sidell Salt Fork and Nathan Alvarez from Niles Northridge. In Alley 2, Elijah Maxton from Cowden Herrick, Alex White from Lena Winslow, and Kobe Rodell from Toledo Cumberland. In Alley 3, Gavin Pistol from Manly Espiro Valley, James Masaka from Niles Northridge, and Joseph Horos from Chicago Alphonsus. And in Alley 4, Jonah Stewart from Grays Lake Prairie Crossing, Mason Jordan from Gardner, and Cameron Leisman from Hayworth. Joseph Horos from Chicago Alphonsus in the front. Jonas Stewart from Grays Lake Prairie Crossing. Mason Jordan. Alex White. Cameron Leisman from Hayworth in 5th. Pretty tight pack there in the 3rd through 6th. Joseph Horos opening up a bit of a lead there. Jonas Stewart in 2nd. And then the fight here, I think, might be for 3rd place. Mason Jordan from Gardner, I believe, is leading that pack. Maybe not for too long. We got a pass for a couple places here around the turn. But this is Joseph Horos from Chicago Alphonsus in the front. Jonas Stewart from Grays Lake Prairie Crossing. We might have a fight for 2nd here coming up. Joseph Horos from Chicago Alphonsus crosses that line first, 2:07:36. Jonas Stewart from Grays Lake Prairie Crossing. And Colby Rodell from Toledo Cumberland comes in 3rd there, making quite a move up 5 places from the halfway point. Nice race. Moving on to Heat 2 of 2 of the Class 2A 8th grade boys 800-meter run in Heat 2, Alley 1. Kipton Moss from Dallas City, Danny Ellen from Brimfield, and Colton Gingrich from Oakland Lake Crest. In Alley 2, Colton Stile from Hayworth, Kai Gardner from Tuscola East Prairie, and Carter Chenoweth from Table Grove. In Alley 3, Abram Garcia from Polo Applington, Ben Heil from Stewartson Strasburg, and Grayson Inch from Normal Metcalf. And in Alley 4, Bentley Seymour from Virginia, Cole Cahill from Brimfield, and Bo Green from Arthur. This is our last 800-meter race here for the 2025 State Track and Field Meet. Class 2A, 8th grade boys, Heat 2 of 2. It's typically one of our fastest races here of the day. Bo Green from Arthur was your top qualifier coming out of sectionals think that's Abram Garcia maybe in the front. We'll take a look as we cross the line. It is Abram Garcia up in front. Just over a minute on his first lap. Carter Chenoweth from Table Grove, Bo Green, and Grayson Inch are your top four. Abram Garcia opening up that lead just a bit. Carter Chenoweth in second. Bo Green from Arthur. He's in the red there, looking to get second, maybe on the backstretch, closing that in just a bit. Our top two were just over a minute on their first lap. Bo Green from Arthur in the red there in third, looking at second, but look who's in front. Abram Garcia. He came out front, hasn't looked back yet. He is still in the front, but the race here is going to be for second. Carter Chenoweth from Table Grove and Bo Green from Arthur side by side as they come around the front stretch. Abram Garcia is going to cross the line first. Carter Chenoweth from Table Grove, and great race here. Bo Green from Arthur making a great run for it. Grayson Inch in fourth. Nice race. All right, direct your attention to the awards stand as we present the medals for the Class 2A 7th grade girls 800-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 2:29.04 from Chicago St. Benedict, Reese Masick. In 7th place with a time of 2:28.69 from McNabb Putnam County, Aniston Judd. In 6th place with a time of 2:28.34 from Chicago St. Benedict, Chloe Milton. In 5th place with a time of 2:27.90 from Oakland Lake Crest, Adley McQueen. In 4th place with a time of 2:27.60 from Normal Metcalf, Tess Kendall. In 3rd place with a time of 2:27.16 from Arlington Heights St. James, Gianna Suvada. In 2nd place with a time of 2:26.10 from Kankakee Bishop McNamara, Haven Barwegan. And your 2025 Class 2A 7th grade girls 800-meter run champion with a state winning time and a new state record of 2:21.04 from Glen Ellen. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Molly Moko. All right, we're going to switch over now to my personal favorite event of the weekend. That is the 4x400-meter relays. We're going to start with the 7th grade girls Class 1A 4x400-meter relay. 7-1A girls record here is 4:21.97, set in 2023 by Springfield Christian. We've got 3 heats here. Heat 1 of 3 in lane 3, Chicago St. Clement. In 4, Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge. And in 5, Roanoke Benson. Once again, Chicago St. Clement, Bunker Hill, Wolf Ridge, Roanoke, Benson. Keeping it close here. Those clean handoffs still important here in the 4x400. It's where you can see some big swings in the race. Roanoke, Benson, Bunker Hill, Wolf Ridge, Chicago St. Clement. In that order. It's Bunker Hill, Wolf Ridge, I believe, in the front now. Roanoke, Benson. Actually, not done yet. Here comes Roanoke, Benson, making a move here on the front stretch. And Chicago St. Clement. I believe that's Roanoke, Benson crossing the line first. Bunker Hill, Wolf Ridge, Chicago St. Clement. We'll turn our attention here for just a moment to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 2A 7th grade boys 800-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 2:19.85 from Mount Pulaski, Sronte Seibert. In 7th place with a time of 2:19.07 from Galena, Hayden Gates. In 6th place with a time of 2:18.99 from Stronghurst West Central, Wyatt Goff. In 5th place with a time of 2:17.65 from Springfield Christian, Dayton Gamber. In 4th place with a time of 2:14.67 from Mount Sterling Brown County, Ryan Law. In 3rd place with a time of 2:11.90 from Gardner, Cash Olson. In 2nd place with a time of 2:11.78 from Stewartson Strasburg, Adam Premer. And your 2025 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade boys 800-meter run with a state winning time of 2:10.38 from Springfield Christian, Jackson Elliott. On the track now, we have the Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x400-meter relay, heat 2 of 3. In lane 2, Mazan Verona Kinsman. In 3, Danville Schlarman. In 4, Normal Epiphany. In 5 is Lexington. 6, Plainfield St. Mary. And in 7, Morton Blessed Sacrament. Here at the halfway point, Normal Epiphany, Danville Schlarman, Lexington, Mazan Verona Kinsman, Morton Blessed Sacrament, Mazan Verona Kinsman, Plainfield St. Mary. The Normal Epiphany still up there up front. Danville Schlarman, Lexington. Some moves here on the backstretch and coming around the turn. It is still Normal Epiphany up front, I believe. Normal Epiphany still in the front. Morton Blessed Sacrament making a couple moves here. Lexington still up there as well. Mazan Verona Kinsman, Plainfield St. Mary, Danville Schlarman as well. Normal Epiphany still in the front. Gaps closing just a bit as we race for second here. Normal Epiphany, Morton Blessed Sacrament, Plainfield St. Mary, the great run there, and Mazan Verona Kinsman, and then Lexington. Going now to heat 3 of 3 of the Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. In lane 1, Royal Prairie View Ogden, 2, Champaign St. Matthew, 3, Pekin Rankin, 4, Peoria Limestone Walters, 5, Rossville Alvin, 6, Cambridge, 7, Waverly, 8, Griggsville Perry. It's again Royal Prairie View, Ogden, Champaign St. Matthew, Pekin Rankin, Peoria Limestone Walters, Rossville Alvin, Cambridge, Waverly, Griggsville Perry. I believe that's Rossville Alvin here up front, if I'm not mistaken. Rossville Alvin up front here. Peoria, Limestone, Walters, Pekin, Rankin, Royal Prairie View, Ogden. Your top four. Cambridge in fifth, I believe. That's Rossville Alvin. Quite a lead here. Rossville Alvin remains up front. Race back here for second, actually for third. Might end up being a race for second as we come to the final handoff. Rossville Alvin in first there. In Rossville Alvin in the front. Pekin, Rankin, Royal Prairie View, Ogden, and Cambridge. Those are your top four. Rossville Alvin still in the front. The race here is going to be for second, and we got a tight one, folks. Second, third, fourth, fifth, all right next to each other. Rossville Alvin still in the front. Pekin, Rankin, Royal Prairie View, Ogden, I believe, in there as well. Cambridge, Peoria, Limestone, Walters. Rossville Alvin, Pekin, Rankin, Cambridge. Your top three. Royal Prairie View, Ogden in fourth. All right, we're going to turn our attention to the award stand here again as we present the medals for the Class 2A 8th grade girls 800-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 2:30.01 from Elmwood, Charlotte Walker. In 7th place with a time of 2:28.16 from Winona Fieldcrest, Hadley Mitchie. In 6th place with a time of 2:28.03 from Arlington Heights St. James, Sarah Sandoval. In 5th place with a time of 2:28.01 from Peoria St. Vincent de Paul, Lillian Chaddick. In 4th place with a time of 2:26.59 from Springfield Blessed Sacrament, Phoebe Dufresne. In 3rd place with a time of 2:25.77 from Normal Metcalf, Harper Funk. In 2nd place with a time of 2:23.16 from Glassford Illini Bluffs, Audrey Dickinson. And your 2025 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade girls 800-meter run with a state winning time of 2:22.39 from Chicago St. Benedict, Barrett Shure. On the track, moving on to the Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x400-meter relay. The 7-1A boys record here is 4:05.30 set in 2023 by Springfield Christian. 3 heats of this event. In Heat 1, Normal Calvary in Lane 1, Hamilton in 2, Siegel St. Michael's in 3, Plainfield St. Mary in 4, Rossville Alvin in 5, East Peoria Robine in 6, Piper City Tri-Point in 7, and Chicago St. Clement in 8. Probably a good opportunity to note here that we do have team trophies, some really nice team trophies to hand out here at the end of all of the track and field events here this afternoon. So some great team trophies to hand out here at the end of the day. So please don't miss out on that as we recognize those top teams in the state. We'll do that after all events are concluded here this afternoon, both on the track and in the field events. Plainfield St. Mary in the lead there. East Peoria Robine and Piper City Tri-Point. Top 3, Normal Calvary in 4. Chicago St. Clement there as well. Piper City Tri-Point might have just made a move there on the back stretch. We'll have to take a look as they come around the turn. Plainfield St. Mary remains out front. Gaps closing just a little bit. Plainfield St. Mary in the front. Piper City Tri-Point. Rossville Alvin makes quite a move there. East Peoria Robine up there as well. Plainfield St. Mary opening up that lead. Plainfield St. Mary crossing that line first. Rossville Alvin and East Peoria Robine, your top 3. Chicago St. Clement rounding out your top 4. All right, in just a moment here, we're going to turn our attention back to the medal stand as we present the medals for the Class 2A 8th grade boys 800-meter run. In 8th place, with a time of 2:12:45 from Toledo, Cumberland, Colby Rodell. In 7th place, with a time of 2:11:91 from Grayslake Prairie Crossing, Jonah Stewart. In 6th place, with a time of 2:11:50 from Stewartson Strasburg, Ben Hill. In 5th place, with a time of 2:08:97 from Normal Metcalf, Grayson Inch. In 4th place, with a time of 2:07:36 from Chicago, Alphonsus, Joseph Horos. Ladies and gentlemen, your top three all broke the last state record, by the way. So in third place with a time of 2:05.73 from Arthur Bo Green. In second place with a time of 2:05.43 from Table Grove, Carter Chenoweth. And your 2025 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade boys 800-meter run with a state winning time and a brand new state record of 2:02.90 from Polo Applington, Abram Garcia. On the track now, we have Heat 2 of 3, the Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x400-meter relay. Lane 1, Roanoke Benson. 2, Champaign Holy Cross. 3, Kewanee Visitation. 4, Griggsville Perry. 5, Effingham Sacred Heart. 6, Hartsburg Emden. 7, Newark Lisbon. And in 8, Neoga. Siegel St. Michael's in lane 3 there. Oh, no, sorry. That's Kewanee Visitation in lane 3. Griggsville Perry in lane 4. Kewanee Visitation in the front. Griggsville Perry in second. Effingham Sacred Heart and Roanoke Benson. I believe that's your top 4. But Kewanee Visitation out in front. Comes Roanoke Benson. Moves up to third. Moving up to second. On the backstretch, coming around the final turn. Kewanee Visitation in the front for the moment. This top 4 became very, very close, folks. These gentlemen want this race as we come to the final exchange here, or the next exchange anyway. Kewanee Visitation, Roanoke Benson, Griggsville Perry. I believe that's Effingham Sacred Heart as well. Griggsville Perry, Kewanee Visitation, Hartsburg Emden, and Roanoke Benson all there up front. I see Roanoke Benson making some moves here on the backstretch. Here we go, folks. This is going to be a great race here coming into the end. But Roanoke Benson, if that's who I think it is, I believe they moved up from maybe fourth to first. This race isn't over yet, though. Not letting him get too far away. Roanoke Benson, Hartsburg Empton, Kewanee Emden, Kewanee Visitation, Griggsville Perry, all up here. And it's Roanoke Benson. This is a tight race up here up front. Everybody leaving it all on the track. Here we go from third to first, potentially. We'll take a look. Kewanee Visitation, 4:17:07 unofficial. Griggsville Perry, 4:17:31. Roanoke Benson, Hartsburg Emden. Great race. Turn our attention back to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 1A 8th grade girls high jump. We had a tie for 7th place, both with 1.35 meters. First from Peoria St. Jude, Lillian Hauser. Also with a 7th place medal with a jump of 1.35 meters from Mazan Verona Kinsman, Amelia Weber. In 6th place with a jump of 1.35 meters from Thomasboro, Sloan Hoyt. In 5th place with a jump of 1.41 meters from Neoga, Madeline Frankie. In 4th place with a jump of 1.41 meters from Royal Prairie View Ogden, Kelsey Harms. In 3rd place with a jump of 1.41 meters from Danville Schlarman, Bailey Smith. In 2nd place with a jump of 1.47 meters from Elgin Harvest Christian, Savannah Jers. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade girls high jump with a winning jump of 1.5 meters from Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell, Grace Biven. On the track, we have begun heat 3 of 3 of the Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. In lane 1, Newton St. Thomas. In 2, Peoria St. Jude. In 3, Danville Schlarman. In 4, Champaign St. Matthew. 5, Bartonville Monroe. 6, Normal Epiphany. 7, Royal Prairie View Ogden. And in lane 8, Jacksonville Our Savior. Again, heat 3 of 3. The Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. Halfway point here. Champaign St. Matthew out in front. Normal Epiphany. And Danville Schlarman. I believe those are your top three up there. Peoria St. Jude out there in fourth. But Champaign St. Matthew, Normal Epiphany, and Danville Schlarman appear to be your top three. Breaking away just a little bit. Peoria St. Jude up there. A little jockey for fifth place. Maybe looking for fourth. Closing that gap a bit. Pretty well evenly settled in, spaced out here on this leg of the race. As Champaign St. Matthew gets to the exchange first here on the front stretch. I believe that's Normal Epiphany up there still as well. And Danville Schlarman. That is Danville Schlarman there in second. Normal Epiphany and Bartonville Monroe. Your top four, I believe. Champaign St. Matthew opening up a lead a bit. Danville Schlarman. But I tell you what, Danville Schlarman, Normal Epiphany, and Bartonville Monroe side by side here on the backstretch. Somebody wants to be in front coming around the turn. Champaign St. Matthew still out front. I believe that might be Bartonville Monroe in the front, followed by Normal Epiphany and Danville Schlarman. I believe that is correct, but it is Champaign St. Matthew in the front here in this final heat of the Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay, and that is Champaign St. Matthew, Bartonville Monroe with a great pass on the backstretch there, Normal Epiphany, and Danville Schlarman, your top four in that heat. Moving on now to the Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. 1A girls record here. 4:18:57 set last year by Springfield Christian. 3 heats of this event. Heat 1, lane 3, Roanoke Benson. 4, Washington St. Patrick. And 5, Kelowna. Looks like Kelowna out in front here in lane 5. Washington St. Patrick in the green in lane 4. Roanoke Benson in the red in lane 3. At the handoff here. Kelowna in front. Roanoke Benson out to a pretty quick start here on this leg. Kelowna, but Roanoke Benson wants to be in front here on the backstretch and opening up quite a lead. Roanoke Benson, Kelowna, Washington, St. Patrick in that order. Again, Roanoke Benson remains in the front. Kelowna, Washington, St. Patrick in that order. If you are hungry, I just heard 2 slices of pizza for sale at the concession stand for $3. 2 slices for $3 at the concession stand. Get it while it lasts. Roanoke Benson remains in front. Washington St. Patrick in second. Kelowna in third. Close to each other here. In this first of 3 heats, Roanoke Benson, Washington St. Patrick, and Kelowna. All right, we're going to turn our attention to the award stand. We're going to hand out 2 sets of medals here before we have our next race. We're going to start with recognizing our Class 2A 8th grade boys discus throw. In 8th place, with a throw of 42.32 meters from Tuscola East Prairie, Bo Whitson. In 7th place, with a throw of 42.40 meters from Sidell Salt Fork, Carter Lindsay. In 6th place, with a throw of 42.62 meters from Villa Grove, John Morrow. In 5th place, with a throw of 44.58 meters from Whitehall North Green, Liam Lemons. In 4th place, with a throw of 44.83 meters from Winchester, Aiden Kessinger. In 3rd place, with a throw of 44.97 meters from Stronghurst West Central, Jackson Adams. In 2nd place, with a throw of 45.98 meters from Wonder Lake Harrison, Jake Miller. And your 2025 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade boys discus throw with a state winning throw of 48.06 meters from Amboy. Folks, give it up for Ian Hassler. We're We're going to keep our attention on the medal stand here for just a bit before we run our next race. Recognize even more of our athletes here this weekend as we go. Again, as a reminder, we'll have team trophies at the very end of all the track and field events here, so please stick around to recognize our top teams across the meet here today. Get everybody set. All right, here we go. We're going to recognize our Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 4:44.12, Plainfield St. Mary. In 7th place with a time of 4:41.38, Morton Blessed Sacrament. In 6th place with a time of 4:38.63, Normal Epiphany. In 5th place with a time of 4:38.59, Peoria Limestone Walters. In 4th place with a time of 4:37.52, Royal Prairie View Ogden. In 3rd place with a time of 4:35.99, Cambridge. In 2nd place with a time of 4:35.75, Pekin Rankin. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay with a state winning time of 4:33.04, Rossville Alvin. Here we go, back on the track, Class 1A, 8th grade girls, 4x400 meter relay. Heat 2 of 3. Lane 1, Elgin Harvest Christian. 2, Normal Epiphany. 3, Rantoul St. Malachy. 4, Hamilton. 5, Marseilles Milton Pope. 6, Newark Lisbon. And 7, Royal Prairie View Ogden. We also ask, as you, some of you may be thinking about leaving for the day, we ask that you please pick up after yourselves. We had a crew here till after 9 o'clock last night cleaning up, so if you would, do us a favor and please pick up after yourselves before you leave today. We would greatly appreciate it. Thank you. It's again Heat 2 of 2. Class 1A, 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. Elgin Harvest Christian and Hamilton up front. Rantoul St. Malachy up there. Marseilles Milton Pope and Normal Epiphany. Rantoul St. Malachy, Marseilles, and Normal Epiphany in that second group there. Elgin Harvest Christian and Hamilton, your first two, I believe. Things have tightened up just a bit in the front five. Elgin Harvest Christian and Hamilton. Rantoul St. Malachy, I believe, might be up there. Marseilles Milton Pope and Normal Epiphany. I believe that's Elgin Harvest Christian first to the handoff. Yes, it is. Hamilton's there in the red. I believe that's Normal Epiphany in third at the moment, looking for second. Normal Epiphany takes second for the moment. Rantoul St. Malachy up there. Marseilles Milton Pope. But Elgin Harvest Christian opening up a bit of a lead here. Normal Epiphany. Actually, Marseilles Milton Pope might be in second at this point, but Elgin Harvest Christian in the front. Marseilles Milton Pope and Normal Epiphany. I believe that is Elgin Harvest Christian crossing the line first. Normal Epiphany and Marseilles Milton Pope and Hamilton, your top four. Moving on to heat 3 of the Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. In lane 1, Peoria Limestone Walters. In lane 2, Mendota Holy Cross. In lane 3, Neoga. In 4, Champaign St. Matthew. In 5, Lincoln West to Lincoln Broadwell. In 6, Evanston Academy. In 7, Mount Olive. And in 8, Chicago North Park. Champaign St. Matthew in lane 4 there. Maybe Mendota Holy Cross as well, close in that exchange. We'll see where this all ends up here at the halfway point here in just a few moments. believe that is Champaign St. Matthew first to the handoff. Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell, and Evanston Academy. Chicago North Park. So that might be Chicago North Park might have just made a move into third. That's Champaign St. Matthew in the front. Hard to see from up here. Neoga might be towards the front there too. Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell, Evanston Academy, Chicago North Park, but that's Champaign St. Matthew in the front. Champaign St. Matthew in the front still, I believe. Yes, they are. I know Neoga is up there. Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell, and then Neoga in third. Evanston Academy and Chicago North Park. Champaign St. Matthew holding the lead. As we come around the turn, Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell closing that lead just a bit. Is there enough track left? I'm not sure, but it is sure closing that lead. But Champaign St. Matthew in the front. Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell, maybe not enough track left here. But Champaign St. Matthew crossing the line first. Great race there. Great final leg by Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell. Neoga, I believe, in third. Just crosses the line there. In third. We'll turn our attention to the award stand as we present the medals here for the Class 2A 7th grade boys shot put. In 8th place with a throw of 11.08 meters from Menden Unity, Jacob Voss. In 7th with a throw of 11.08 meters from Potomac, Bowdy Irvin. In 6th with a throw of 11.37 meters from Galena, Levi Kaiser. In 5th place with a throw of 11.49 meters from Fisher, Zane Stauffer. In 4th place with a throw of 11.5 meters from Havana, Loy Bridges. In 3rd place with a throw of 11.98 meters from Decatur Hope, Caden Smith. In 2nd place with a throw of 12.41 meters from Stewartson Strasburg, Johnny Richter. And your 2025 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade boys shot put with a state-winning throw and a brand new state record of 13.35 meters. That's a new state record from Stewartson Strasburg. Folks, give it up for Jacob Duncan. On the track now, moving on to the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. 4 heats in this event. The 8-1A boys record here is 3:53.56. That was set a couple of years ago in 2023 by Normal Epiphany. Again, 4 heats of this event. Heat 1, Lane 3, Inverness Holy Family, 4, Lexington, and 5, Evanston Academy. So it looks like on the pole vault here in the Class 2A 8th grade boys pole vault, got one competitor left here, and that's Morgan Fogelsong from Table Grove. Going to attempt 3.4 is what it appears to be. Looks like Lexington up front here on the track in this first heat. And Evanston Academy and Inverness Holy Family are your three here. Lexington. Look at that Evanston Academy, where we're going to have a race up here before we get to the handoff. Evanston Academy, I believe, and Lexington in that order. Inverness Holy Family coming to the exchange as well. Evanston Academy in the front. Lexington and Inverness Holy Family. This heat 1 of 4. Class 1A, 8th grade boys, 4x400. All right, we're turning our attention here to the medal stand as we present the medals for the Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 4:18:10, Roanoke Benson. In 7th place with a time of 4:17:31, Griggsville Perry. In 6th place with a time of 4:17:07, Kewanee Visitation. In 5th place with a time of 4:16:80, Peoria St. Jude. In 4th place with a time of 4:15:32, Danville Schlarman. In 3rd place with a time of 4:12:33, Normal Epiphany. In 2nd place with a time of 4:10:92, Bartonville Monroe. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay with a state winning time of 4:07:92. Give it up for Champaign St. Matthew. On the track, we've got the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. Heat 2 of 4. Lane 1, Siegel St. Michael's. 2, Cambridge. 3, Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge. 4, LaSalle Trinity Catholic. 5, Cessna Park. 6, Chicago St. Matthias. And in 7, Royal Prairie View Ogden. Once again, that's Heat 2 of 4, the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay on the track now. Back in the Class 2A 8th grade boys pole vault, Morgan Fogelsong from Table Grove. If I'm following along accurately here. Believe he might have just cleared. I'm trying to catch up with the computer here, but I think he might have just cleared 3.53 potentially. Back on the track here, Heat 2 of 4. 1A 8th grade boys 4x400. Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge in the front. Cambridge, Chicago St. Matthias, your top 3. LaSalle Trinity Catholic in 4th. Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge opening up a bit of a lead. Cambridge and Chicago St. Matthias. Side by side here. And want to be first to that handoff. Very important one here. Chicago St. Matthias, Cambridge, Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge. Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge, maybe they're out in front. Chicago St. Matthias and Cambridge. Stride for stride here on the backstretch. Opening up a bit of a lead. I believe that's Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge. We're closing the lead here. Here we go on the front stretch. It's Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge, Chicago St. Matthias. We'll take a look. But I believe that is Chicago St. Matthias crossing that line first. Great last leg. Not letting him get too far away. And then Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge, great race there. Cambridge and Siegel St. Michael's. Good Heat 2 of 4. The Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x400. We're going to move on to Heat 3 of 4. In Lane 1, Peoria St. Jude. In Lane 2, Normal Epiphany. In 3, Hampton. 4, Marseilles Milton Pope. 5, Waverly. 6, Roanoke Benson. 7, Springfield Calvary. And 8 is Milford. But before we run that event, we're going to hand out a set of medals here. get these gentlemen up on the medal stand. Trying to balance awards and field events and events on the track. We have a great staff here that helps all these ladies and gentlemen make sure they are where they need to be when they need to be there. So here we go. We're going to hand out some medals. This time for the Class 2A 7th grade boys pole vault. We had a 2A tie for 6th place, so both receiving 6th place medals with vaults of 2.2 meters. First from Virginia, Corbin Beck, and from Normal Metcalf, Jackson Champ. In 5th place with a vault of 2.68 meters from Altamont, Jackson New. In 4th place with a vault of 2.92 meters from Seneca, Dallin Myers. Our top 3 here in this 2A 7th grade pole vault all broke the previous state record. In 3rd place with a vault of 3 meters from Effingham St. Anthony, Reed Schumacher. In 2nd place with a vault of 3.16 meters from Altamont, Hayden Vatetto. And your 2025 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade boys pole vault with a state-winning jump and a new state record of 3.4 meters from Effingham St. Anthony, Grayson Blommer. Judging by what I could hear over there in the Class 2A 8th grade boys pole vault, Morgan Fogelsong, I believe he cleared 3.53. So congratulations to Morgan there. Nice work. The 7th grade, Class 1A, 7th grade girls high jump. Looks like we're attempting 1.39 here. Quite a few athletes remain in the event. Also, Class 2A, 8th grade girls discus appears to be still in progress as well, while we continue the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay on the track. Heat 3 of 4 running at the moment. Again, we will hand out all of our individual medals here today, and then at the very end, we will hand out team trophies. So don't forget to stick around for those team trophies. And another reminder to please, as you think about exiting today, please pick up after yourselves, throw a few things away. Someone does have to clean that up if you do not, so we'd appreciate your assistance there. Back on the track, heat 3 of 4, Waverly in the front. Marseilles, Milton, Pope, and Milford, followed by Normal Epiphany. Maybe Peoria St. Jude there making some moves. We'll have to check that out here. So we come around the front stretch. If you're still hungry, I just heard half price burgers, chops, and hot dogs at the concession stand. I heard half price. That's pretty good. Burgers, chops, and hot dogs, you said, until we run out. So make your way over there, get your half price. Sounds like a great dinner to me. Yeah. Waverly in the front, Marseilles, Milton Pope, Peoria St. Jude, and Roanoke Benson. Marseilles, Milton Pope, keeping him in his sights. Waverly might be opening a bit of a lead, not letting him get too far away. Marseilles, Milton Pope there, Peoria St. Jude, and Roanoke Benson. Here we go around the turn. Marseilles, Milton Pope, Waverly, going to be side by side coming into the final 100. Here we go. Let's see who left a little in the tank. Waverly, Marseilles, Milton Pope fighting it out here at the end. And it's Waverly crossing that line first. Marseilles, Milton Pope right behind. And a great fight behind them for Normal Epiphany and Roanoke Benson for third and fourth. On the track, move it on to Class 1A, 8th grade boys, 4x400 meter relay, heat 4 of 4. Here we go. Lane 1, Mendota Holy Cross. In 2, Millbrook. In 3, Morton Blessed Sacrament. 4, Hamilton. 5, Champaign St. Matthew. 6, Rantoul St. Malachy. 7, Normal Calvary. And 8, Paris Crestwood. Once again on the track, heat 4 of 4. Class 1A, 8th grade boys, 4x400. This will be the fast one, folks. Our last 1A track event here for the weekend. All right, here we go. Class 1A, 8th grade, boys, 4x400, heat 4 of 4. Hamilton, Champaign St. Matthew up front. Morton Blessed Sacrament. I have a feeling Morton Blessed Sacrament's going to work their way into this. Paris Crestwood, Rantoul St. Malachy. You've got Hamilton, Champaign St. Matthew, and Morton Blessed Sacrament all up front. But I tell you what, Hamilton now open up a bit of a lead. Look at him go. That is Hamilton. Champaign St. Matthew, Morton Blessed Sacrament 1 second, but Champaign St. Matthew doesn't want to give it up. In the meantime, Hamilton up front, opening up a bit of lead while they fight behind him. That's Hamilton up front. Champaign St. Matthew maybe crossed in second, and Morton Blessed Sacrament in third. What a great race. Fantastic job, gentlemen. Hamilton, Champaign St. Matthew, Morton Blessed Sacrament, Paris Crestwood. All right. Let's turn our attention to the award stand now as we present the medals for the Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 4:34.46, Normal Epiphany. In 7th place with a time of 4:34.18, Chicago North Park. In 6th place with a time of 4:33.20, Evanston Academy. In 5th place with a time of 4:32.81, Neoga. In 4th place with a time of 4:31.93, Elgin Harvest Christian. In 3rd place with a time of 4:31.40, Roanoke Benson. In 2nd place with a time of 4:26.29, Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay with a state winning time of 4:24.50, Champaign St. Matthew. On the track now, Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. 7-2A girls record here is 4:25.52. It was set a couple of years ago in 2023 by Fulton River Bend. 4 heats of this event. Heat 1, Lane 3, Mount Pulaski. 4, Sparlin Midland. And 5, Chicago Old St. Mary's. Your attention, please. Eli Cropper, please meet your mom by the main gate. Eli Cropper, please meet your mom by the main entrance gate. Thank you. On the track, heat 1 of 4 here again of the Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x400. Chicago Old St. Mary's, Sparlin Midland, Mount Pulaski. Chicago Old St. Mary's and Sparlin Midland. They're kind of going back and forth a little bit up front. Sparlin Midland, Chicago Old St. Mary's here up front. Chicago Old St. Mary's crossing that line first. Sparlin Midland. We're going to turn our attention to the award stand. We're going to present the medals here for the Class 2A 8th grade boys pole vault. In 5th place with a vault of 2.68 meters from Erie, Walker Wright. In 4th place with a vault of 2.68 meters from Erie, Caleb Brown. In 3rd place with a vault of 2.84 meters from Cowden Herrick, Caden Owens. In 2nd place with a vault of 3.16 meters from Table Grove, Calvin Gorsick. And your 2025 Class 2A 8th grade boys pole vault champion with a winning vault of 3.53 meters from Table Grove, Morgan Fogelsong. Back to action here on the track. The Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. Heat 2 of 4. In lane 2, Oakwood. In lane 3, Arcola. In lane 4, Bloomington Corpus Christi. In 5, Serena. In 6, Leroy. And in 7, Argenta Oriena. Remember, again, after all of our events here on the track and in the field, we're going to recognize our top teams. We're going to award some really nice trophies there. And then we also have a new award this year. That's Athlete of the Meet, both male and female, and we'll award that as well. So stick around for that here at the end. Again, team trophies and Athletes of the Meet will be awarded here at the end. Looks like, and that's Class 1A 7th grade girls high jump. Looks like we got 6 athletes remaining. Working on 1.45. Sadie Gorsage from Washington St. Patrick, Blake Bryan from Rantoul St. Malachy, Kennedy Kirkpatrick from Ottawa Wallace, Ariana Watson from Rossville Alvin, Julia Montgomery from Chicago St. Clement, maybe Gabby Murphy as well from Rantoul St. Malachy. And it just cleared that 1.45. Back on the track here, heat 2 of 4. Bloomington Corpus Christi. Bloomington Corpus Christi, Leroy and Oakwood. Again, heat 2 of 4. Leroy, Bloomington Corpus Christi, Arcola, Serena, and Oakwood. Leroy in the front, Bloomington Corpus Christi, I believe that's Bloomington Corpus Christi closing up in the front here just a little bit. Leroy crossing that line first. Was wrong. That was Arcola and Oakwood, your top 3. Heat 3 of 4 here, the Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x400. In lane 1, Brimfield. In 2, Green Valley Midwest Central. In 3, Tuscola East Prairie. In 4, Aurora Holy Angels. 5, Carthage. 6, Seneca. 7, Evanston. And 8, Colfax Ridgeview. Turning our attention here to the Class 1A 7th grade girls high jump. Working on 1.48 meters. Blake Bryn from Rantoul St. Malachi looks like has already cleared that. Sadie Gorsage from Washington St. Patrick as well. Gabby Murphy and Ariana Watson are our 4 athletes left. Ariana from Rossville Alvin. Gabby Murphy from Rantoul St. Malachi. Let's get on the track. Heat 3 of 4. Class 2A, 7th grade girls, 4x400. Carthage up front. Green Valley, Midwest Central, Aurora, Holy Angels. Evanston, your top 4. A little shuffling around here. Green Valley, Midwest Central, Evanston, Seneca. A lot of back and forth in this race. Carthage and Aurora, Holy Angels. Once again, Eli Cropper. You were out there, please report to the front gates or the admissions area. Maybe over by the concession stand, kind of in that area. Eli Cropper, if you could please report to the front admissions area. Evanston in front there, Seneca and Aurora Holy Angels, your top 3 in that heat. Moving on to heat 4 of 4, Class 2A, 7th grade girls, 4x400 in lane 1, Dakota in 2, Lena Winslow, 3, Normal Metcalf, 4, Springfield Christian, 5, Hayworth, 6, Effingham St. Anthony, 7, Clifton Nash, and 8, Oakland Lake Crest. Let's get an update here on this Class 1A 7th grade girls high jump. 2 athletes remain. Blake Bryan from Rantoul St. Malachy and Sadie Gorsage from Washington St. Patrick. Both now working on 1.54. Both cleared 1.51 on their second attempt. Both working on 1.54 at this point. See how this shakes out here a little bit after the break. That might be Normal Metcalf in the front. I think Springfield Christian might be up there. Hayworth, Effingham St. Anthony. Take a look as we come to the handoff here. Some trade spots here in the back. Springfield Christian with a great end of that leg and a great handoff. Normal Metcalf, Oakland Lake Crest up there, and Effingham St. Anthony. Springfield Christian, Normal Metcalf. I believe that's Oakland Lake Crest. Pass here for second. Springfield Christian in the front. It's going to be Springfield Christian still in the front. Effingham St. Anthony, Normal Metcalf. Normal Metcalf looking to take over second. Effingham St. Anthony there. Oakland Lake Crest, your top 4. Normal Metcalf in second. Opening up a bit of a lead there on Effingham St. Anthony. Springfield Christian still in the front. Normal Metcalf, Effingham St. Anthony come around the final turn here. I don't know if there's enough track left here. Springfield Christian opening up the lead just a touch. Normal Metcalf, Effingham St. Anthony in the front. We got a race here for 4th, but it is Springfield Christian crossing the line first. Normal Metcalf, Effingham St. Anthony, then Oakland Lake Crest and Hayworth round out your top 5 in that heat. We're going to turn our attention here for a few moments and recognize some more of our athletes here on the award stand. This time for the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 4:04.54, Marseilles Milton Pope. In 7th place with a time of 4:04.10, Waverly. In 6th place with a time of 4:01.17, Millbrook. In 5th place with a time of 4 minutes, .87, Rantoul St. Malachy. In 4th place with a time of 4:46, Paris Crestwood. And our top 3 relay teams here all broke the previous state record, but in 3rd place with a time of 3:51.80, Morton Blessed Sacrament. In 2nd place with a time of 3:51.64, Champaign St. Matthew. And your 2025 state champions in the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay with a state winning time and a brand new state record of 3:48.95. Give it up for Hamilton. On the track, moving on to the Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. 7-2A boys record here is 3:57.91. That was set a couple years ago. That was in 2022 by Colfax Ridgeview. 4 heats of this event. Heat 1 in lane 3, Cowden Herrick. Lane 4, Salmonok. And lane 5, Pingree Grove, Cambridge Lakes. Pingree Grove, Cambridge Lakes, Salmonok, and Cowden Herrick in that order here. Heat 1 of 4. Class 2A, 7th grade boys, 4x400. Again, Pingree Grove, Cambridge Lakes, Salmonock, Cowden Herrick. We're going to bring our attention to the award stand just for a moment while we recognize some more of our athletes here. This time for the Class 2A, 8th grade girls discus throw. Everybody organized here? All right, here we go. The awards for the Class 2A, 8th grade girls discus throw. In 8th place with a throw of 25.71 meters from Sidell Salt Fork, Lorelei Pierce. In 7th place with a throw of 25.96 meters from Camp Point Central, Ileana Phillips. In 6th place with a throw of 26.79 meters from Fisher, Kenzie Van Dieven. In 5th place with a throw of 27.2 meters from Aurora Christian, Ella Owen. In 4th place with a throw of 28.52 meters from Oglesby, Washington, Ella Jan Burke. In 3rd place with a throw of 28.83 meters from Peoria Reservoir, Chloe Clark. In 2nd place with a throw of 30.19 meters from Havana, Olivia Duncan. And your 2025 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade girls discus throw with a state winning throw of 31.56 meters from Dwight, Emma Eggenberger. On the track, moving on to Heat 2 of 4 of the Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. Lane 1, Chicago Old St. Mary's. In Lane 2, Serena. In Lane 3, Evanston. In Lane 4, Princeville. In 5, Springfield Blessed Sacrament. 6, Seneca. And 7, Hayworth. Evanston in the front. Maybe Princeville up there as well. And Chicago Old St. Mary's. Your top 3. Chicago Old St. Mary's in the front. Princeville and Evanston, your top three. Maintaining their pace here in the final lap and the final leg of Heat 2 of 4. Looks like maybe Hayworth making a move back there for fourth. Chicago Old St. Mary's, Princeville, and Evanston, your top three in that order. I think that is Hayworth, but we've got a move maybe happening back here for fourth. Good race here on the front stretch. Officially a pass there. Springfield Blessed Sacrament sneaks in fourth. Heat 3 of 4. Lane 1, New Berlin. Lane 2, KZ Westfield. And lane 3, Dakota. Lane 4, Sparlin Midland. 5, Villa Grove. 6, Riverdale, Washington. 7, Arthur. 8, Fisher. Get on the track, Heat 3 of 4. Class 2A, 7th grade boys, 4x400. We're here coming up to the halfway point. I think it might be Sparlin Midland there towards the front. Sparlin Midland there in the front. New Berlin wanting to take over the lead. Riverdale, Washington, Arthur. Sparlin Midland, actually New Berlin in the front. Sparlin Midland. We're going to be side by side here. As we come to the final handoff. Sparlin Midland, I believe in the front. New Berlin in second. Maybe Riverdale, Washington. Fisher in fourth. I believe that might be Dakota up there as well. Sparlin Midland open up a bit of a lead. Stretching that lead out just a little bit. New Berlin. Riverdale, Washington. Riverdale, Washington closing in on second place here. Take a look at this, folks. Race here might be for second. Race here might be for fourth as well. As they're reeling in Fisher there in fourth place. But Sparlin Midland in the front. Look at Riverdale, Washington taking over second. But Sparlin Midland in heat 3 of 4 here crosses that line first. Riverdale, Washington, followed by New Berlin. On the track, moving on to Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay, heat 4 of 4 in lane 1, Effingham St. Anthony, in 2, Altamont, in 3, Normal Metcalf, 4, Springfield Christian, 5, Bloomington Corpus Christi, 6, Monmouth United, 7, Onarga Iroquois West, and in lane 8, Leroy. Springfield Christian there in lane 4. Monmouth United in 6. Normal Metcalf in 3. Leroy in lane 8. I believe that is Springfield Christian in the front. We'll have to take a look when they get back here to the front stretch as this shakes out after the break. Quite a move there in the back. Might be a move from about 4th or 5th to 1st. Springfield Christian in the front for the moment. Doesn't want to give up that lead. Quite a leg here of the race. Springfield Christian in the front. Bloomington Corpus Christi with a great second leg there. Monmouth United, Altamont, Effingham St. Anthony, Leroy. But Springfield Christian in the front. Bloomington Corpus Christi. They got a group behind them here. 3rd through 6th. Going the final handoff. Springfield Christian remains in front. Bloomington Corpus Christi in second. At this point, the race is for 3rd, but we'll see how this shakes out here. Altamont, Monmouth United. Looks like Normal Metcalf in that race for 3rd. Might be closing the gap here on 2nd even. Springfield Christian in the front. Springfield Christian in the front. Bloomington Corpus Christi trying to hang on for 2nd. That might be Monmouth United there. Races for 2nd, but take a look up front. Springfield Christian crossing the line first. Bloomington Corpus Christi trying to hang on, and they do for 3rd. And that was Monmouth United giving them a run there up front. All right, before we move on here, we're going to hand out some more medals here. So let's give our attention to the medal stand as we hand out the medals for the Class 1A 7th grade girls high jump. In 8th place with a jump of 1.33 meters from Galva, Aubrey Dowell Cup. In 7th place with a jump of 1.33 meters from Waverly, Talia Walbaum. In 6th place with a jump of 1.39 meters from Chicago St. Clement, Julia Montgomery. In 5th place with a jump of 1.39 meters from Ottawa Wallace, Kennedy Kirkpatrick. In 4th place with a jump of 1.45 meters from Rossville Alvin, Ariana Watson. In 3rd place with a jump of 1.45 meters from Rantoul St. Malachy, Gabby Murphy. In 2nd place with a jump of 1.51 meters, actually broke the previous state record here, from Rantoul St. Malachy, Blake Bryan. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade girls high jump with a state record of 1.54 meters from Washington St. Patrick, Sadie Gorsage. Heat 1 of 5 here for the Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. The record, 8-2A girls record, is 4:20.49. That was set in 2023 by Orland Park St. Michael. Again, we do have 5 heats of this event. Heat 1 in lane 3 is Oakwood. In lane 4 is Assumption Central A&M. And in 5, Salmonok. All right, heat 1 of 5 again for the Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x400. Salmonok, Assumption Central A&M, and Oakwood. Salmonok, Oakwood, Assumption Central A&M in Heat 1, 2A, 8th grade girls 4x4. Crossing the line first there, Salmonok, followed by Oakwood and Assumption Central A&M. Before we start our next heat, let's turn our attention to the medals stand. We're going to present the medals here for the Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 4:36.60, Seneca. Seventh place with a time of 4:36.03, Clifton Nash. Sixth place with a time of 4:34.76, Evanston. In fifth place with a time of 4:32.05, Hayworth. In fourth place with a time of 4:31.74, Oakland Lake Crest. In third place with a time of 4:30.50, Effingham St. Anthony. In second place with a time of 4:28.76, Normal Metcalf. And your 2025 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay with a state winning time of 4:26.53, Springfield Christian. On the track, we have Heat 2 of 5 of the Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. Lane 1, Spring Valley Kennedy. 2, Green Valley Midwest Central. 3, Winchester. 4, Monmouth United. 5, Arthur. 6, Fox River Grove. And 7, Villa Grove. Again, it's Heat 2 of 5, Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. Once again, quick note here after all of our events here on the track, we'll make sure we get all of our medals handed out, and then we will hand out trophies actually for our top athletes as well as our top teams. So please stick around for that. Our top teams and our top athletes, male, female, 1A, 2A. We'll give out those awards here as we end here today. Once again, we ask that you please clean up after yourselves as you get ready to exit your area. Thank you for your cooperation. Team trophies, by the way, go to the top 4 teams. We do those here a little bit later. It's like maybe Villa Grove out front. Fox River Grove, Monmouth United, Spring Valley Kennedy appear to be your top 4. Fox River Grove, Spring Valley Kennedy, Monmouth United, all up there. Villa Grove there, Spring Valley Kennedy, Fox River Grove, Monmouth United. Again, heat 2 of 5. On the track, heat 3 of 5, Class 2A, 8th grade girls, 4x400 meter relay. Lane 1, Colchester West Prairie, 2, Elmwood, 3, Chicago St. Benedict, 4, Liberty, 5, Kewanee Weathersfield, 6, Mossville, 7, Fisher, 8, Winona Fieldcrest. Again, heat 3 of 5, Class 2A, 8th grade girls, 4x400 meter relay. Elmwood in lane 2, Winona Fieldcrest out there in lane 8. We'll see where they end up after the break here on the backstretch. Chicago St. Benedict in the front. Winona Fieldcrest started out of lane 8 there. In second, Fisher in third coming across the line. We've got a race here for third. Well, that's Chicago St. Benedict opening up a bit of a lead there. Winona Fieldcrest. We have Fisher, Mossville, and Elmwood, I believe, back behind. Chicago St. Benedict remains in the front. Winona Fieldcrest. I believe that's Liberty sneaking in there for second. Mossville up there as well. Liberty leading that second pack. But check out Chicago St. Benedict already coming around the turn and heading down the front stretch. In this third of 5 heats here, Chicago St. Benedict way out front. The race here is for second. Chicago St. Benedict crossing the line. Our race is for second. I believe that's Liberty. They're in the red. Mossville crossing that line in second. Liberty in third. On the track now, heat 4 of 5, Class 2A, 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. Lane 1 is Hayworth. Lane 2, Mount Sterling, Brown County. Lane 3, Lena Winslow. Lane 4, Springfield, Blessed Sacrament. Lane 5, Bloomington, Corpus Christi. Lane 6, Normal Metcalf. Lane 7, Brimfield. And Lane 8, Cerro Gordo. Again, this is heat 4 of 5, Class 2A, 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. Once again, after all of our events are done here on the track and we've handed out all of our medals, we're going to hand out some athletes of the meet trophies and then also team trophies. So please stick around for that. Top 4 teams will receive trophies, and we'll recognize them here in front of the main grandstands. We also asked as you leave today, again, once again, a reminder, please pick up after yourselves. We would appreciate it. Lena Winslow and Cerro Gordo both up there. Bloomington, Corpus Christi as well, and Mount Sterling, Brown County. I believe that might be maybe Normal Metcalf is your top 5. Hard to tell from here. Bloomington, Corpus Christi taking over second. I think that is Lena Winslow in the front. Bloomington, Corpus Christi, might be Cerro Gordo there. Looking to be second to the handoff. We'll see. Double check my thought here. Lena Winslow in the front. Cerro Gordo in second. Bloomington, Corpus Christi in third. Those are your top 3 there running back to back. Normal Metcalf and Mount Sterling, Brown County back and forth there on the backstretch. Lena Winslow, Cerro Gordo, Bloomington, Corpus Christi. Stride for stride here around the final turn. Bloomington, Corpus Christi in third. That's still Lena Winslow in the front. Cerro Gordo in second. Bloomington, Corpus Christi looking to take second back. We got a race for second. We got a race for 6th as well. Lena Winslow in the front. Bloomington, Corpus Christi. Not enough track left. Lena Winslow crosses the line first. Bloomington, Corpus Christi, and Cerro Gordo, your top 3. All right, before we start our next heat here, we're going to hand out a few more medallions. This time for the Class 2A, 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 4:19:25, New Berlin. In 7th place with a time of 4:17:38, Riverdale, Washington. In sixth place with a time of 4:14.85, Normal Metcalf. In fifth place with a time of 4:13.54, Altamont. In fourth place with a time of 4:13.26, Sparlin Midland. In third place with a time of 4:10.91, Monmouth United. In second place with a time of 4:10.61, Bloomington Corpus Christi. And your 2025 IESA Class 2A champions in the 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay with a state winning time of 4:02.82, Springfield Christian. Here we go, heat 5 of 5. Class 2A, 8th grade girls, 4x400 meter relay. Lane 1, Rock Falls St. Andrew. Lane 2, Springfield Christian. Lane 3, Mount Carroll West Carroll. Lane 4, Whitehall North Green. 5, Clifton Nash. 6, Glassford Illini Bluffs. 7, Effingham St. Anthony. And 8, Oneida Rova. Again, this is our final heat of the Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x400. Springfield Christian there in lane 2. Whitehall North Green in lane 4. Effingham St. Anthony, I think, on the outside there. Coming in at the break. Clifton Nash, Whitehall North Green, Effingham St. Anthony in that order. Clifton Nash, Whitehall North Green, Effingham St. Anthony, Mount Carroll West Carroll, I believe, up there as well. Glassford Illini Bluffs looking to take over 4th. Not quite. Not ready to give that up. Mount Carroll West Carroll holding there. They are gaining on Effingham St. Anthony. Race up front, Clifton Nash, but Whitehall North Green, I believe, takes over the lead. Clifton Nash in second. Great race in the back here. Effingham St. Anthony, Mount Carroll West Carroll, and Glassford Illini Bluffs back and forth. But it is Whitehall North Green, I believe that is in the front. This 5 of 5 heats right here. Here it goes. Last trip around the track here for the Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. Whitehall North Green opens up a lead a bit. Glassford Illini Bluffs moves up 3 spots here on that last lap. We got a race here for third as well. Mount Carroll, West Carroll, and Clifton Nash. Effingham St. Anthony rounds out your 5. But check it out up front. Whitehall, North Green. Pretty good lead here. Glassford Illini Bluffs in second. Mount Carroll, West Carroll. But Whitehall, North Green unofficially takes the heat. Glassford Illini Bluffs, Clifton Nash, Effingham St. Anthony, and Mount Carroll, West Carroll. And here we go with our last event of the weekend. Last event here. This is the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. We got 3 heats of this event. The 8-2A boys record here is 3:42.53. That was set 2 years ago in 2023 by Colfax Ridgeview. In 3 heats of this event. Heat 1 on the track now. In lane 3, Assumption Central A&M. In 4, Kewanee Weathersfield. And 5, Oakland Lake Crest. Kewanee Weathersfield in the front here. Oakland Lake Crest, Assumption Central A&M in this first of 3 heats. Class 2A, 8th grade boys, 4x400. We got a race here. Oakland Lake Crest. Great final 400. Oakland Lake Crest crossing that line first. Kewanee Weathersfield, Assumption Central A&M. Here we go, heat 2 of 3, class 2A, 8th grade boys, 4x400. Lane 1, Antioch Emmons. 2, Camp Point Central. 3, Niles Northridge. 4, Serena. 5, Peoria St. Vincent de Paul. 6, Polo Applington. 7, Mount Carroll, West Carroll. All right, we're at the halfway point here. Serena in the front. That's Peoria St. Vincent de Paul and Niles Northridge. Your top 3, Antioch Emmons and Polo Applington. Your top 5. Serena still in the front. Niles Northridge. Might have been a big pass there. I believe that was Peoria St. Vincent de Paul. Serena and Niles Northridge. I have a pass here for third as well. Maybe that's Polo Applington, I believe. Boy, if that is Polo Applington, we might have gone from fourth. Maybe race here is for second at the moment. Here on the front stretch. Here we go. Peoria St. Vincent de Paul moves up 2 spots, takes the heat. Niles Northridge, Polo Applington, and Antioch Emmons, your top 4. Here we go, getting ready for our last heat of our last event here at the 2025 State Championships. Heat 3 of 3, Class 2A, 8th grade boys, 4x400 meter relay. Lane 1, Menden Unity, 2, Arthur, 3, Table Grove, 4, Whitehall North Green, 5, Hayworth, 6, Oglesby, Washington, 7, Colchester West Prairie, and 8, Normal Metcalf. Folks, let's let them hear you cheer here today after we get the start. It's again heat 3 of 3, Class 2A, 8th grade boys, 4x400. Last heat of the weekend. Menden Unity, Arthur, Table Grove, Whitehall North Green, Hayworth, Oglesby, Washington, Colchester West Prairie, Normal Metcalf. Hayworth there in lane 5. Colchester West Prairie in 7. Normal Metcalf in 8. We'll see where we're at the exchange here. Colchester West Prairie, lane 7. Hayworth in lane 5. We'll see where we're at the break on the backstretch. Normal Metcalf on the outside. Might be Arthur there in lane 2. I believe that is still Hayworth in the front, but folks, look how close this entire pack is. Within about 25 of each other here, stretching it out just a little bit. We'll see where we get at the halfway point. Again, I believe that might be Hayworth up front. We'll take a look here as we get to the line. It is Hayworth up front. Arthur in the red there. Whitehall North Green in the blue. Hayworth in the red and white. Arthur in the red. Whitehall North Green in the blue. Colchester West Prairie, followed by Table Grove. Top three stays the same. Hayworth, Arthur, Whitehall, North Green. Well, maybe not. Might be Table Grove there. And Oglesby, Washington. But Hayworth staying up front here. Final time around the track. Here we go, folks. Let's cheer him home. It is Hayworth up front. Arthur in red. Oglesby, Washington. Colchester, West Prairie. Whitehall, North Green. Those are your top five. Look at Whitehall, North Green making a move here for fourth place. But it is Hayworth up front, opening up a bit of a lead. Arthur in second, but we don't know how long. Look at Whitehall, North Green in the blue. He's looking to go the long way around the turn. Here we go, the final 200, folks. Whitehall, North Green making a move. Oglesby, Washington, not wanting to give that up. Hayworth in the front. What a great race. Here we go, a race for fourth. But I believe that is Hayworth crossing the line first. Oglesby, Washington moves up a spot there from the last to take second. Arthur in third. Colchester, West Prairie. Whitehall, North Green. What a great race. What a great way to finish the action on the track. Folks, stick around. We're going to hand out the rest of the medals for the teams for these last few relays that we just ran. And then we will hand out trophies for the top athletes, top male and female in each of the divisions. And then we will hand out the top 4 team trophies for each of the divisions as well. So please stick around for that. We're going to do all that here in front of the main grandstands. If you're leaving your area, moving around, please pick up the trash around you. We would appreciate that. Thank you. All right, we're going to hand out some medals here on the award stand, this time for the Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 4:28.93, Bloomington Corpus Christi. In 7th place with a time of 4:28.45, Lena Winslow. In 6th place with a time of 4:27.36, Mount Carroll West Carroll. In 5th place with a time of 4:25.66, Effingham St. Anthony. In 4th place with a time of 4:22.47, Clifton Nash. In 3rd place with a time of 4:20.61, Glassford Illini Bluffs. In 2nd place, broke the state record actually, with a time of 4:19.94, Chicago St. Benedict. But your 2025 IESA Class 2A champions in the 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay, with a state winning time and a brand new state record of 4:14.85. Give it up for Whitehall North Green. Need the top 8 teams for the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay to report to awards immediately. Again, the top 8 teams for the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. Please report to awards immediately. Going to need those top 8 Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay teams to report to awards. Do that first, and then we'll get to top athletes and our top 4 teams in each division. Once again, we still have one set of individual medals here to hand out. And that'll be for the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. Then we'll hand out some trophies for the athletes of the meet, and then trophies for the top 4 teams in each of the divisions. We'll do that all here in front of the main grandstands. But again, we still need those top 8 teams from the 2A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay to report to awards immediately. We're going to hand out these medals here for our last team event. Let them get set up on the medal stand. All right, here we go. Let's recognize our athletes in the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 3:55.53, Oakland Lake Crest. In 7th place with a time of 3:54.74, Table Grove. In 6th place with a time of 3:54.02, Peoria St. Vincent de Paul. In 5th place with a time of 3:52.42, Whitehall North Green. In 4th place with a time of 3:51.50, Colchester West Prairie. In 3rd place with a time of 3:51.18, Arthur. In 2nd place with a time of 3:49.59, Oglesby, Washington. And your 2025 IESA Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay champion with a state winning time of 3:47.28, Hayworth. All right, I need the following athletes to please report to the awards area immediately. The following athletes report to the awards area immediately: Sadie Gorsage, Carter Purcell, Molly Moko, and Adam Prumer. Adam from Stewartson, Strasburg. If you 4 could report to awards immediately, we would appreciate that. Again, Sadie Gorsage, Carter Purcell, Molly Moko, and Adam Prumer. Please report to awards immediately. And then while we're at it, I'm going to have the following 1A teams. These are 1A teams to also report down to the track area, same way you got to the awards area earlier. Again, these are just 1A teams at this point. Girls 1A 7th grade teams of Cambridge, Peoria St. Jude, Washington St. Patrick, and Rossville Alvin. Those girls 1A 7th grade teams go down to the track area. The boys 1A 7th grade teams of Greenfield, Normal Epiphany, Findlay Okaw Valley, and Peoria St. Jude, please report to the track area. Those are boys 1A 7th grade teams. Also, girls 1A 8th grade teams. This is girls 1A 8th grade teams. Springfield Christ the King, Bushnell Prairie City, Siegel St. Michael's, and Lincoln West Lincoln Broadwell. Those are girls 1A 8th grade teams report to the track. And then the following boys 1A 8th grade teams of Champaign St. Matthew, Bushnell Prairie City, Morton Blessed Sacrament, Paris Crestwood, and Hamilton. Those were boys 1A 8th grade teams. All those teams and coaches you can report down to the track area. We'll begin our awards presentations here in just a moment. And I will call those 2A teams here in a little bit, but it'll get a little busy down there if we have them all down there at once. So we'll recognize our athletes of the meet first, and then we'll move into recognizing our 1A championship teams. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some new awards to hand out this year. I am proud to announce that we are going to award the top scoring male and female athlete in each classification. We will recognize those as the track and field IESA athletes of the meet. We will have a male and female in each 1A and 2A. So I will announce those now. We'll recognize these athletes of the meet, and then we'll do our team trophies after that. First of all, let's recognize our top female athlete for Class 1A. Our top 1A female, she was first in the girls' long jump, first in the girls' high jump, first in the girls' 100-meter hurdles, and third in the girls' 200-meter. With 36 points, our 1A female athlete of the meet from Washington St. Patrick, give it up for Sadie Gorsage. While he is not here, I'm going to recognize him because he had a great meet as well. Our 1A male athlete of the meet. He scored first in the boys 200, first in the boys long jump, first in the boys 100-meter, and second in the boys 4x100 along with his team. From Findlay Okaw Valley, we're going to recognize as our 1A male athlete of the meet, Carter Purcell. All right, now let's recognize our Class 2A athletes of the meet. While we fight the wind, just like everybody else has this weekend. So here we go, our Class 2A athletes of the meet. First of all, our female Class 2A athlete of the meet. She placed first in the girls 1600, first in the girls high jump, and first in the girls 800. From Glen Ellen St. Petronil, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Molly Moko. And our Class 2A male athlete of the meet. He placed first in the boys long jump, second in the boys 800, third in the boys 400, and third along with his team in the boys 4x100. From Stewardson, Strasburg, ladies and gentlemen, our 2A male athlete of the meet, Adam Premer. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our athletes of the meet. All right. We ready to hand out some team trophies? Good old thumbs up down there for my trophy folks. They look like they're ready. I think they're ready. All right, let's hand out some team trophies, shall we? They're not telling me no, so we're going to do it. Are we ready? I did see a thumbs up. All right, we're going to start with our Class 1A 7th grade girls. Again, Class 1A 7th grade girls team trophies. We'll start with fourth place. In fourth place with 30 points, Cambridge. In third place for girls 1A 7th grade with 33 points, Peoria St. Jude. In second place for Class 1A 7th grade girls with 37 points, Washington St. Patrick. And your 2025 IESA Class 1A 7th grade girls champion with a team total of 39 points. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Rossville Alvin. All right, we will now recognize our Class 1A boys 7th grade teams. Again, this is Class 1A boys 7th grade teams. And we are going to start with 4th place. So again, in 4th place for Class 1A 7th grade boys with 34 points, Greenfield. All right, moving on to 3rd place in Class 1A 7th grade boys with one more point at 35 points, Normal Epiphany. All right, remember 3rd place here had 35 points. Our 2nd place team for boys 1A 7th grade had 53.5 points. And 2nd place goes to Peoria St. Jude. And our Class 1A 7th grade boys championship team. Remember, 2nd place had 53.5 points. This team had 62 points. Ladies and gentlemen, our championship team, Findlay Okaw Valley. All right, we'll keep moving forward here with the Class 1A girls 8th grade. Class 1A girls 8th grade, top 4 teams. In 4th place with a total of 30 points, Springfield Christ the King. Our 3rd place team for Class 1A 8th grade girls. Remember, 4th place had 30 points. This team had 31 points. In 3rd place, Bushnell Prairie City. In 2nd place for Class 1A girls, 8th grade. 3rd place had 31 points. 2nd place had 35.5 points. Seagull St. Michael's. and our Class 1A girls 8th grade championship team. Second place had 35.5 points. This team had 42 points to win the championship for Class 1A girls 8th grade. Ladies and gentlemen, our champions, Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell. While we get ready here to hand out our last set of team trophies here for 1A, I'd like the following 2A teams to make their way down to the track area. Again, the following 2A teams to make their way down to the track area. Girls 2A 7th grade teams of Glen Ellen Petronil, Kankakee Bishop McNamara, Oakwood, and Normal Metcalf. Also need the following 2A boys 7th grade teams to report down to the track area. Effingham St. Anthony, Monmouth United, Mount Sterling Brown County, Springfield Christian, and Stewardson Strasburg. Need the following 2A 8th grade girls teams to report down to the track area. Chicago St. Benedict, Glassford Illini Bluffs, Somonauk, and Fisher. And I need the following 2A 8th grade boys teams to report down to the track. Hayworth, Mount Carroll, West Carroll, Arthur, and Table Grove. But before we get to those awarding those 2A trophies, we've got some more 1A trophies to hand out here. We're going to move on to the boys 1A 8th grade trophies. We actually had a tie for 4th place. They will both receive a trophy. One will get one today. We already determined who would, and the other will get one sent to them. So both teams will get their 4th place trophy, get a chance to take pictures with it here, and then one of them will take this trophy home. So in one of the ties for 4th place here for boys, 1A 8th grade with 25 points, Champaign St. Matthew. All right. Also getting a 4th place trophy with 25 points for Class 1A boys 8th grade, Bushnell Prairie City. All right, Class 1A 8th grade boys. In 3rd place. 4th place was 25 points. 3rd place was 26 points. In 3rd place, Morton Blessed Sacrament. Class 1A boys, 8th grade, 2nd place. Remember, 3rd place had 26 points. This team had 43 points. Ladies and gentlemen, our 2nd place team, Hamilton. And now our boys 1A 8th grade champion team. 2nd place had 43 points. This team had 53 points. Our champion for boys 1A 8th grade, Paris Crestwood. All right. Let's hand out our 2A trophies. Appreciate everybody making their way to the award stand, taking their pictures, and moving along so everybody gets their chance. Thank you for your help and cooperation there. All right, let's hand out some 2A trophies. We're going to start with the girls' 7th grade, Class 2A. 4th place team. I will tell you 2 through 4 here separated by 1.5 points. Okay? So your 4th place team in Class 2A, 7th grade girls with 30 points is Glen Ellen St. Petronil. In 3rd place in Class 2A, 7th grade girls with a total of 31 points, Kankakee Bishop McNamara. In 2nd place, Class 2A girls, 7th grade, with 31.5 points, Normal Metcalf. And your Class 2A 7th grade girls championship team. Remember, 2nd place had 31.5 points. This team had 40 points. Your championship 2A girls 7th grade team, Oakwood. All right. Let's move on to our Class 2A 7th grade boys teams. We also had a tie for 4th place here. Again, one team will take the trophy home today. The other team will get a chance to take pictures with the trophy and will get a 4th place trophy sent to them later. We already determined who gets it and who gets the one sent to them. But in our tie for 4th place, again, this is Class 2A, 7th grade boys, receiving a 4th place trophy with a total of 27 points, Effingham St. Anthony. And also with 27 points for Class 2A boys, 7th grade, receiving a 4th place trophy, Monmouth United. All right, let's do third place in boys 2A, 7th grade. Fourth place had 27 points. This team had 30 points. In third place, Mount Sterling, Brown County. Now our second place, Class 2A, 7th grade boys team. Remember, third place had 30 points. This team had 60 points. In second place, Springfield Christian. And your Class 2A, 7th grade boys championship team. Second place had 60 points. This team had 69 points. Your championship team for Class 2A boys, 7th graders, ladies and gentlemen, Stewardson Strasburg. Once again, appreciate teams taking their pictures on the awards stand if you'd like, and moving off so others can do the same, have that same privilege. Thank you. We still have, I believe, 8 more trophies to hand out here for our teams. We're going to move on here to the Class 2A 8th grade girls team trophies. Here, we actually had a tie for third place. So receiving a third place trophy, same thing, right? They'll both receive a third place trophy. One will take it with them home today, and the other will get one sent to them. With 28 points, your girls, Class 2A, 8th grade, third place team, Chicago St. Benedict. Also receiving a third place trophy, Class 2A girls, 8th grade, also with 28 points, Glassford Illini Bluffs. In Class 2A girls, 8th grade, in second place. In third place was 28 points. Second place with 31 points. Your second place team, Salmonok. And your Class 2A girls 8th grade championship team. Remember, second place had 31 points. This team had 45 points. Super proud to announce this one. This is my hometown, 45 points. It goes to Fisher. And last but not least, let's hand out our Class 2A boys 8th grade trophies. 2A 8th grade boys in 4th place with 25 points. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Hayworth. Your Class 2A boys 8th grade 3rd place team with a total of 31 points. Remember, 4th place had 25. This team had 31. Your 3rd place team, Mount Carroll West Carroll. Your Class 2A boys 8th grade 2nd place team. 3rd place had 31 points. This team had 34.5 points. Give it up for your 2nd place team, Arthur. And our final trophy here for this weekend. This is the boys Class 2A 8th grade championship team. 2nd place, 34.5 points. This team already wandering up to the table. I see them. They had 51 points. A massive win here. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your boys 2A 8th grade championship team, Table Grove. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a wrap here for the 2025 IESA Class 1A, 2A State Track and Field Meet. Thank you very much. Please clean up after yourselves as you leave, and most importantly, have safe travels home, and we hope to see you next year.